Thank you very much indeed to Professor Byung-Yob Yu and the Kyung-hee Brass Octet. And now to give the first of our welcoming remarks, please welcome Vidar Helgason, Executive Director of the Nobel Foundation.
Madam Vice Minister, Mr. President of CAST, Nobel laureates, learned friends and friends of learning. It is a great pleasure, finally, to be able to open this Nobel Prize Dialogue, and I wish to thank President Ok Jeon-yu and his team at CAST for the partnership and the hard work in getting us to this point. And I said finally because this Nobel Prize Dialogue was planned to take place in 2020. And what has happened in the world during these years really puts our topic, the future learning, into context. A pandemic resulting in profound disruptions of life and society, economic and social conditions around the world. A war in Europe with grave global repercussions in terms of food, energy and economic security. And a climate crisis which is no longer only a scientific fact, but a fact of life. These are examples of an unpredictable, fast-changing world. So when we talk about the future of learning, we need to realize that the future is coming fast at us. Take the many climate and nature emergencies that we have seen in virtually every country around the world this very year. They teach us about a future coming faster than even science had predicted, and much faster than society has realized and responded to. When world leaders met this last week in New York at the UN General Assembly, there was much talk about a polycrisis, a multitude of problems now facing humanity. And scientific efforts, scientific achievements and scientific collaboration are essential in order to solve these problems. And because of the speed with which that polycrisis is unfolding, the interplay between science and society and decision-making in society needs to be much speedier as well. So in a paradoxical way, future learning is really a future which we already need to learn from. We need to try to take lessons from the imminent future to apply those lessons to the crisis that the world is facing. Or in Alfred Nobel's words, to apply those lessons to the greatest benefit of humankind. And that's why the topic before us today, the amazing panels before us today, with Nobel laureates and other experts that will shed light on future learning, is so exciting. And I look forward today to see efforts to the greatest benefit of humankind unfolding on this stage. Thank you very much.
And next, please welcome Ok Jeon-yu, President of the Korean Academy of Science and Technology.
Good morning. Dear laureates, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor to welcome all of you, and I'm very pleased to announce that the Nobel Prize Dialogue Seoul 2023 is being held here today. Nobel Prize Dialogue Seoul had its first event in this auditorium in 2017, which was 6 years ago. Since then, many things have been changed. In particular, the COVID-19 pandemic lasting for over 3 years, has changed much of our lives. In the meantime, the President of Korea, as well as the Prime Ministers of Sweden and the United Kingdom, have all changed. The Korean Academy of Science and Technology and the Nobel Foundation also have new leaders of their organizations. On the other hand, there are several special things that have not been changed. The passion for education in Korea has not been changed at all. Nobel Prize Dialogue Seoul 2023 is still being held here today. Laura Sprechman and Adam Smith, who are in charge of this event, are also here with us. If any of you who attended the 2017 dialogue are sitting here today, again, it can be the most valuable, unchanging. Traditionally, education in Korea has been regarded as the largest asset that parents pass on to their children. It has played an important role in remarkable economic growth of Korea. However, the education system has become excessively competitive and focused mostly on university entrance examinations. This can sometimes turn into a serious social issues. Therefore, I hope that today's dialogue on future learning will provide a valuable opportunity to lead our education system into the right direction. In this regard, I think this topic will bring about the most effective results when it is dealt with in Korea. Today's occasion with the 5 Nobel laureates and renowned experts is profoundly meaningful, and such a gathering would not have been possible without the Nobel Prize Dialogue. I was told that many students came here as audience, including medalists of the Science Olympiad, young first authors who have recently published outstanding research papers, and students from Science High School for the gifted. I believe they will be our future science leaders for Korea and the world. And these expectations makes me much happier. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you once again for participating in this important event. And I sincerely hope that the Nobel Prize Dialogue Seoul 2023 will be remembered as a priceless experience for all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. And now, to give some celebratory remarks, I'm delighted to introduce Sung Kyung Cho, First Vice Minister at the Ministry of Science and ICT.
Science and technology move the world. Today, I'm thrilled and grateful to be the presence of Nobel laureates who have demonstrated the most profound influence in the world, and scientists who are creating the beautiful inference. The Nobel Prize is one of the most prestigious awards in the world. It's not an award. It symbolizes the potential and expectation of how much further humanity can progress. The research, discovery, and passion of the laureate offers us new perspective and wisdom, inspiring us to make the world a better place and times. Through our conversation with the Nobel laureate today, I believe we'll face many challenges in understanding what our research and development goals should aim for, and what we need to explore and learn. This is a precious moment, marking another meaningful beginning for us. Science and technology profoundly influence everything from our daily lives to global economy and societal structure. The influence of science technology is increasingly powerful. Science and technology have become not only a pillar of the economy, but also an absolute weapon in this diplomacy and security. Thus, a new order is forming where the nation with shared value collaboration in research and development and share their accomplishment. Consequently, the degree of the global collaboration has become a benchmark for measuring competitiveness. Therefore, scientists must not only conduct research, but also consider the impact of these advancements on society. The evolution of the science and technology is a double-edged sword and perhaps even more complex. As the influence of science and technology grows, scientists must possess deep insight and a high sense of ethical and societal responsibility about the change their research may bring to society. We shouldn't simply pursue what's possible in technology, but strive for what's right technology that benefit humanity. Recently, South Korea's science and technology, as well as our scientific community, are preparing for revolutionary change to leap forward anew. We are well aware that the Nobel laureate and great scholar have never ceased to challenges, even in difficult and unfamiliar circumstances. I believe this is precisely the path that South Korean science and technology must pursue. The South Korean government will establish a bold and innovative system to enable these researchers to take on challenges and continue to do so. Today, at this event, I'm confident that through the dialogue of the Nobel laureate, will reaffirm our hopes for the future of humanity and society, drawing inspiration on how we can make the world a better place. I also anticipate that the inspiration from today will spur a wave of innovation in the Korean science and technology sector and our daily lives. I hope that the efforts of Nobel laureate and greatest scholars from South Korea to share thought and embark on new challenges for a better future won't end today, but will continue on every possible occasion. Thank you once again to everyone who prepared for this Nobel Prize Dialogue Seoul 2023 and to all attendees. I respect Professor Joachim Frank, George Smoot, Michelle Levitt, Dr. Herbert Michel, Professor Konstantin Novoslov, and all the greatest scholars from around the world. Science, technology, and innovation are our dream, and the power of create our future. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Adam Smith, and it's my very great pleasure to be your guide to today's Nobel Prize Dialogue, and allow me to add my welcome to all of you gathered here so kindly together in our auditorium in Seoul. It's wonderful to see you here. Thank you for taking the time. And also to our online audience, joining us from all over the world in all sorts of different time zones, welcome. Now, the Nobel Prize Dialogue, as you know, is a gathering of Nobel laureates, experts from Korea and other countries, and we bring them together in different groupings throughout the day to discuss many of the important aspects of the topic we're covering, the future of learning. And most of the conversations will be done in panel discussions. But to begin, we have two talks to set the scene. And the first of those, I'm delighted to say, is from Song Chul-shin, the former president of KAIST. Please join me in welcoming him.
Thank you. Thank you for Adam Smith for kind introduction. Good morning, distinguished guests and students. It is indeed my great pleasure and honor to deliver opening talk with the title of Education Reform in the era of great digital transformation. In the coming years, we'll face unprecedented changes in the human society, mainly caused by three megatrends. First megatrend is hyperconnectivity. Now, more than half of the population in the world are connected by mobile phones or internet, and also there are more than 50 billion devices connected through IoT. So within 30 years, most of people and electronic devices in the world will be connected and communicate at the velocity of light. Second megatrend is super intelligence, realized by a rapid progress of AI due to the deep learning algorithm, together with advances in computer hardware, brain science, and big data. We human beings are so shocked by the fact that Google developed AI AlphaGo achieved landslide victories against the human champions. Last year, OpenAI has introduced ChatGPT, a conversational AI that can chat with a human being and also answer follow-up questions. With such a rapid development of AI, as futurist Ray Kurzweil predicted, we might face a singularity point where AI surpasses in human intelligence. In the near future, AI Robo sapiens will be omnipresent everywhere. Here are just a few examples. Chatbot, AI guide robot, AI golfer.
How are you?
Hi there.
Wow, it's
Everything
late.
is going
Yeah.
extremely.
AI guide robot, AI golfer playing hole-in-one, AI gymnast,
How about
AI
this?
table tennis
Yesterday,
robot,
a robot
AI chef,
taking
which
a
can
swipe
cook
at this
5,000 menus. Now a serious question for you and me is what is the identity of a human being in the mega trend of super intelligence? We human beings cannot compete with the robo sapiens regard to memory, information process and calculation, routine and repetitive work. So we human beings further cultivate irrepressible merits of a human being, such as creativity, empathy, insight, and wisdom, and then Homo sapiens symbiosis with the Robo sapiensis. It's not moving well. Okay. Third mega trend is meta-convergence. New findings and inventions will be most occurred through interdisciplinary and cross-disciplinary approaches, in particular NV convergence, standing for nano, bio, information, and cognitive science. Furthermore, we live in the society where the physical, cyber, and biological system conjoined by sensing, communication, computation, and control. So considering these megatrends, what kind of manpower should we foster in the coming years? My answer is to foster manpower equipped with the three spirits. First, challenging spirit that copes with unsolved question and take away not been tried before. Second, creative spirit that can solve the problem with the innovative ideas via critical and convergent thinking. Third, caring spirit with an attitude of inclusiveness and ethical responsibility. I like to call this kind of manpower as C-cube talent. To first the C-cube talent, I like to emphasize whole brain education with emphasizing strengthening basic science and engineering education for training your left brain associated with the scientific and mathematical skills, and diversifying education of humanities, social science, art for training your right brain associated with the imagination, storytelling, and insight. In the higher education, first step to implement this whole brain education is to break down the thick barriers existed in department central system. This is a model which I implemented as a founding president of a university at DGIST. For first 3 years, students are educated to build a solid background in basic science and engineering with diverse knowledge of humanity and social science. When students become senior, they take the customized education track depending on their future career paths. When I proposed this system about 10 years ago, most of the educators in our country were very skeptical about this system. However, this year, Korean government has adopted this non-department educational system as a national policy in the higher education. We should mention that we have to reform teaching and the learning methodology. I think blended education, adopting flipped learning class, composed of online video learning and offline discussion-based learning, is very effective to enhance the challenging and creative spirit of our students. Professors' role in discussion class should be changed from one-way passive teaching to two-way interactive teaching by facilitating, moderating, and mentoring the discussions. Our students in 21st century are digital natives. So it is desirable to use e-textbooks installed in iPad or tablet PC as demonstrated here. And compared to traditional paper textbooks, e-textbooks have many advantages, such as easy crossover from one textbook to another in cyberspace, and implementing 3D animated figures, continuous evolution by easy revision, interactive and ubiquitous learning. Last but not least, I like to emphasize the education for caring spirit. It is so important to realize the sustainable future of the global village. We all dream digital utopia. But we are now facing the dark side of digital world, caused by digital disparity, cyber attack, fake news, unethical application of AI, such as a killer robot. Also, we are facing many global issues we have to overcome, including climate crisis, infectious disease, nuclear weapon, people in extreme poverty, which might bring about chaotic dystopia in the future. So we have to put tremendous effort in ethical education for our students to equip caring spirit with the social responsibility and inclusive growth in the global village. So take-home message for you: the megatrends of hyperconnectivity, superintelligence, and meta-convergence call for education reform to nurture talents equipped with a challenging, creative, caring spirit who will make brighter future in the era of a great digital transformation. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much indeed. So as you'll have seen from your program, this morning's sessions are called The Value of Learning. And our next talk is entitled Where the Heart of Education Should Be. To give it, I'm really very pleased to introduce Liz Cho, who's the Director of Learning Development at the Vientiane International School in Laos. Please welcome Liz.
Hello, can you hear me now? Yeah, okay. Okay, let's see. Great. We roll with it, right? Let's try this again. We're gonna make rain today. Are you excited? Yeah, you've been sitting for a while, so let's try again. I'm gonna divide this room up. This is number 1, so first 2 sections here. And then let's take the middle. From here to here, you're number 2. Go with me on this. I know there's students in the audience. They're going to get excited. And then over here, let's go with number 3. Let's divide you into 3 sections. It doesn't have to be exact lines, right? Okay. And you're going to follow my lead, and you're going to do as I do. And here, we're going to make it rain today. So you're going to have to be able to use your hands, okay, and use your feet. Are you ready? If you want, and you don't have to, but if you are able, you can stand on your feet as well. Don't be so intimidated in this space. Let's make rain. Here we go. You're going to do as I do. That's the instruction, and you're going to keep going until I change what you should be doing by sections. Here we go. Section 1, ready? I have to use this one, right? Yeah? Did you hear rain? It's kind of cool, right? Thank you. That was awesome. When was the last time that you created something impossible and made it possible? Pretty cool, right? The questions that I have up behind me are not the questions that I made up. They are questions by this very specific Nobel Prize Dialogue event page. We're here today to explore these questions at the age of scientific and technological advancements. As we get ready to do that, I am honored to have this invitation to share with you where I believe the heart of education should be. It's simple: compassion. As a former English teacher, I thought it would be fitting to share my point with you in 4 different types of sentences in the English language. Let's see if you know them. First is an interrogative sentence which asks a question. My question to you: do you know what you believe in? These are some of the words that are found in the prestigious institutions all around the world, some of which where our panelists come from. Do we live up to the mission, the vision, the core value statements that we put out there to the public? We collectively seem to believe that we care and that we should be focusing on bringing happiness to humanity and share social responsibility. Let's see if we can bring the words back. In looking at these words and at this very dialogue, we are about deepening the dialogue between the scientific community and the rest of society. The rest of society. That means the people who are on the margins, the people who cannot be here today, the people who actually can't even watch this on live stream. Are we deepening our dialogue with the rest of society, or are we continually talking just amongst ourselves? If you look, we have care. We have happiness for humanity on here. We have creativity. Do we model that? Do we live up to our potential and what we say is important? Thank you for letting me pause as the slides catch up to where I am. The second type of sentence that I'm going to address is an imperative. An imperative gives a command. And my imperative to you, to the educators, is to be kind. Because we need to show kindness to our students in order for them in return to give kindness back to humanity. When the students walk into your classroom, regardless of where they're coming from, because life is happening, do you welcome them into your classroom and make sure that they feel your kindness as you are trying to teach them anything at all? Because if we don't model that, then how will they learn? Charles Darwin, you might remember him as a person who believes that the world is lived by the survival of the fittest. When you actually read The Compassion Connection by David Rakel, he points out that Darwin had actually, when it comes to humanity, it is the kindest that is the most important. That kindness is the foundation stone to social interaction. How are you kind to your students on a daily basis? Let's see if this will now catch up with me. 3 is an exclamatory sentence, which means that you exclaim with excitement like this: "You're amazing." And we honor you and dignify you for the unique individual that you are, regardless of your race, gender, sexual orientation, ability, religion, age, because before any of these social constructs were layered into you, we see you as a creative human being first, with endless possibilities. And when you fail, because you will, life pattern tells us that we do, we're going to lift you up so you can pick yourself back up and go at it again. You are amazing. The fourth and last type of sentence is a simple declarative, and a declarative simply makes a statement. And that statement, you belong here. We can't put pause on life. There's no pause button. But students who come to learn from you, they come with their lives happening as they are trying to learn. Wherever they're coming from, can you make sure that the students feel they're exactly supposed to be right there with you? Mark Manson, the author of The Subtle Art of Not Giving a F, says we're responsible for experiences that aren't our fault all the time. And with that, life happens, but it's not about hoping for a life without problems, because that's impossible. Instead, it's hoping for a life full of good problems. Let's help our students see life this way. Students come in to learn while life is continuously happening. How can we ensure that we invite the diverse voices to the table and help shift perspectives and paradigms so that the world is hopeful? The future that we build is hopeful. Because without that, we cannot deepen our dialogue, and so we need to create a space where they belong. The future of our education rests on our ability to center compassion, because without it, we cannot help learning to move forward. How will you remember these 4 sentences? Let's review very quickly. 1, remember to check, what do you believe in? Be kind. You're amazing and validate. You belong here. And remember, everything you can imagine is real. And when you doubt that, remember that today you made rain here in this space. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed, Liz. Oh, thank you. I have to say that sitting off stage, listening to your creativity making rain, I was completely distracted. It was absolutely beautiful. Thank you. Now we move on to the first of our panel discussions. And we're going to have a day where we're going to think about many different aspects of learning and education and focus very heavily on science and technology. But we thought we ought to begin in the broadest possible sense by asking, what is education for? What is the purpose of education? And to investigate that, I'm delighted to welcome 4 panelists. An-Young Choi, who's a chemistry teacher from the Korean Science Academy. Lynn Goodwin, who's professor of education at Boston College. Kostya Novoselov, 2010 Nobel laureate in physics. And Jul Razak, who's the rector of the International Islamic University in Malaysia. So, please, welcome them. You're here. There's a seating... I think we do... Oh, that you've disrupted the seating plan. They had you alphabetical. I think it probably matters for the microphones. Lynn, you should be here, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Jul and Kostya there. I think for some reason, technically it works. During this session, I'm also going to ask the audience to participate with some questions and comments. So please be ready to raise your hand when I point. Before this meeting, we asked the audience if they would send us some videos of what they think the purpose of education is. And it's pretty scary to hold your phone and record a video, and so I'm incredibly grateful to those brave souls who gave it a go. And we'd like to play just a very short video showing some of their responses.
I think education is one of our most basic human instincts. Just like eating and sleeping, humans naturally have a thirst of.
Education is not just about growing intellectually, but also to help us become a better person.
The discovery of one's talent and weaknesses, and how to overcome those specific challenges.
I personally think that education is meant for the advancement of our society.
Education is a means to address inequality. That's because resources are limited, so you have to use them smartly. So scientists study better ways and educate people with knowledge.
Thank you very much indeed. It's interesting that those comments are very broad brush as well, that people seem to have risen above the task of passing exams and thinking about education in a much broader way. Lynn, let's start with you. What do you think the purpose of education is, and how would you follow on from Liz Cho's talk?
So I'm really happy, actually, to follow from Liz Cho's really inspiring and excellent talk, because her focus is on a purpose in education that I think we have strayed far from, with our attention being diverted to human capital and to economies, and how to make sure that children develop the skills that they need in order to fuel, to drive economics. Education is supposed to be the great equalizer, and I'm here to in some ways agree with Liz Cho to say that in many ways education has become the great de-equalizer or disequalizer, that is, become a tool for separating and marginalizing and sorting and ranking children into those who deserve a good education and those who don't. So if I think about Liz Cho's talk, and if I look at these short videos, what has the focus been? On being a good human being, on being able to develop your capacities, on learning, not necessarily achieving.
Thank you very much indeed. Jewel, would you like to follow on from that?
Well, thank you very much. This is a very exciting time to talk about education. But I thought education is about you, just like what the speakers have been saying. It's about you and how do you know yourself. You go back to the days of the Greeks, education is always framed as know thyself. Unless you know who you are, in other words, unless you educate yourself in that sense, you will not be able to function in the society at large. So to me, education is about how to repurpose education. We've got talks like, what is the heart of education? Some people say heart of education is education of the heart. In fact, Plato was said that if you educate without the heart, then it doesn't mean that education at all. So I think we need to go back to the very basics of us being human being. So all the things that have been talked about, being kind, being caring, and all the spiritual things that we talked about are the fundamentals of education. We need to start from that. I would rather believe that I'm a spiritual native rather than a digital native. I know who I am, and then I can then deal with whatever else that I need to deal with from my point of view. And that is what connects us, all of us. We are all human beings. Korean, Malaysian, wherever we come from, we are all humans. And that is the glue that connects us. And if you lose that glue, then you begin to think of yourself in segmentation way, and this is where the problem of education is all about. And I'm very glad to see that everybody is saying, no, let's not just talk about STEM, let's talk about STEAM, for example. Where's arts, where's management, where's ethics? We cannot deal with science without all these things. So bring this back together, Adam, is what I think education is all about. It's not new, but we need to go back and repurpose education for what it is meant to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, let's have everyone's comments on this first. Kostya, do you want to jump in?
Yeah, I've been thinking for quite a while about this section. How can I, in 1 minute, summarize what is the purpose of education? And I think planting the seeds of the critical thinking into our brain is probably the simplest way to describe it, because we are born with very animalistic instincts in our brain. So it works in quite a few circumstances, but there are cases when we really need to demonstrate that we are human beings, and this rational thinking and critical thinking is really what distinguishes us from any other species. But that has to be brought into you. So you have to be educated to have this rationale in your brain. And I think that's the major purpose. And of course, as any neural network or machine learning, you still need data to predict the next step, and that's what is also required. I would generally avoid mixing knowledge and education together, but actually some knowledge are also important to provide this critical thinking apparatus into your brain. And the last one, I think, curiosity. So just bringing curiosity into yourself. So there was this beautiful video that where as human beings we're fundamentally curious. That's true, but actually I think it's encouraging further curiosity is a purpose of education as well.
Thank you very much indeed. So very nicely, the three of you have introduced the heart and society and the mind into this discussion. All of these need to be taken into account when talking about this. Young, you are a chemistry teacher dealing with a very highly selected group of students. So much like the students who are with us in the room today, a very talented, successful bunch of students. How do you approach it, and how do the comments that have been made so far relate to how you approach your students?
Yeah, all right. It's creativity, passion. They are commented about creativity, right? Passion, challenge. Since the head of Shinseung also commented challenge, importance, right? So, all right. And today I want to give importance on the resilience and confidence. Yeah, it's also.
Resilience and confidence.
Resilience and confidence. I'm chemistry teacher, right? So look at the chemistry word. Chemistry word can be divided by 3 words, right? Chem is try. Try is very important, right? Important challenge, right? So we have to try. Students have to try and fail. Through those experiences, they can overcome, right? They can overcome, they can develop their resilience. As I think knowledge is also important, creativity is also important, but as I think resilience is very, very important because they can try again, right? They can develop their resilience, finally they can be confident, right? So actually, probably some people ask me, you asked me, right, yesterday, they are so young, right, to develop, to overcome the failure, but teachers should be there, right? Yeah, we can help them, we can support them to overcome their failure, and then the experience can develop resilience and finally confidence. Yeah, actually, proud have their own time to bloom, right? So teachers can wait for them, and they can develop their resilience, and they can be confident. And also, we will provide, actually, our school is a kind of pioneer in the kind of high school. We are the first school for the science gifted students. So we actually provided many programs, right? Kind of research. Can I talk more? Yeah.
Well, maybe in a minute.
Yeah.
Because I want to give everyone a chance. But yes, your pioneering approach, teaching people that failure is okay. And I love the idea of allowing them to bloom. That's something Lynn, coming back to you, that education doesn't often feel as if it allows students to bloom in their own time. It's too pressured.
You're right. And it goes back to the very beginning of schooling when we were trying to sort of manage and organize massive numbers of young people. And so we sorted them by age and we sorted them by grade without a whole lot of attention to the fact that there are, multiple diversities in any group. You know that from your own families. Your brothers and sisters are going to be very, very different from you, even though you grew up in the same environment, with the same parents or family. So the idea that our brains continue to develop throughout our lives, that learning is a developmental process and it doesn't happen on a particular schedule, that there are folks who are sort of quick out of the blocks as learners and others who are more of a slow burn and need a bit more time, not because they have, quote, special needs, but because they're different kinds of learners. Schools are just not designed and have not been designed to accommodate the human being as a learner. Schools have been designed as managing organizations to get people through, sort of a schooling experience to an end goal, which is a diploma or a degree. So I'll connect to Liz Cho again when she started out with all those wonderful rhetorical things that people say about what education should be, and we say it all the time. Those words are not new to any of us, but living up to those words continues to be a challenge. And part of that challenge is connected again to that sort of ranking and sorting, where fundamentally we have yet to truly enact a deep belief that every child is a learner, is capable, and is worthy of a good education. Enough love for every child is not happening yet in our society. And we make our decisions based on that, how we spend our money, where the best teachers go, how schools are resourced, the list just goes on. So I think there's a lot of reckoning that we need to face.
Does anybody want to jump in on that?
Yeah, I think that's a very interesting point that unfortunately over the years our schools turned into NHS GPs. They don't really provide care. They provide just a barrier between you and the health care. So they just provide this selection pathway and then just kick and try to sort people out rather than provide education, not even knowledge. So that's and that's been a tradition for many years, and I think it has to be changed in the future.
I'd like to come back to the idea of reform. Somebody talked about reform. What sort of reform are we talking about? From my point of view, I think education has shifted a great deal because of the Industrial Revolution in the 1700s. Schools and universities now, to me, is no more than a factory. It's just how people produce goods. We are one of those products. We are called products anyway. And you are supposed to be marketed somewhere. And this is where I think the whole idea of education has shifted. I think we need to go back to what education is all about. And this reformation is something that I think we need to think back. And I talk about repurposing because education, when it started to be a better human being. How do you create a better human being in a society? School is about a small society that we learn how to function with before you go into a larger society. That's almost like a real lab. How do you function in a school, which is a society that you need to practice whatever you learn to be a better human being, to create a balanced society, to create peaceful and harmonies. But if you don't do that in school, then the moment you go out in a larger society with a lot more challenges, you will not be able to function. And the pandemic tells us this very, very clearly. Most of the schools have to close. Most industry have to close because we are not able to cope. There's no resiliency. The coping mechanisms in terms of emotion, for example, are not there. So suicide rates are going up and all the other things that we know about. The next pandemic I'm worried about will be your mental health. Until and unless we deal with mental health as part of education, it's not something that you're going to sidestep or push it aside because it has no economic value, and therefore you don't teach them. It will come back and haunt you. So the whole idea of reformation, I think, needs to be very clearly understood of where we need to move and to lift up human being in a very dignified way. I agree with Lynn. How do you level up society at the end of the day? If that fails, then I think education has failed in the general sense.
Salutary words. Thank you. Okay. Resilience again. I'd love to get some comments from the audience. Most of you are either in education, looking at all the wonderful students in front of us, or involved in education, or are educators. Does anybody have a question or comment? Raise your hand and wave it so that I can see, please. Anybody? Here's one. Can we have a microphone? Grace is running towards you with a microphone. Here we go. Thank you very much indeed.
Okay, thank you for all the panels for the good comments on our education. And I can agree more to Lynn's comment that education should act as an equalizer, but recently is acting more like a de-equalizer. So I want to ask that, recently in Korea, we are facing the problem about the education for the gifted. So what do you think, which way is better, educating everybody in every same direction, or segregating the people, classifying them as where they are gifted and give the education separately?
Thank you very much for the question. So that's a difficult one, which many people have wrestled with. Do you segregate people out?
So I think that dichotomies are always problematic, right? So this kind of, do we do the same for everyone, or do we single out folks? And I think that there's in between. So I think that one thing that we failed at doing is sort of providing a fundamental quality education for everyone. So just beginning with that premise. The second is this idea of personalized education. That's become something that we talk about a great deal. So how do we create classrooms, schools, and educational experiences that allow students to follow their curiosities? The fact is that classrooms don't allow the exploration because there's a timetable and a curriculum that one must deliver and get through. There's a conversation about who's gifted. That's not a conversation that I'll enter in today, but I do want to ask the question, how do we measure giftedness? And isn't it surprising who ends up being designated as gifted typically is someone who is more upper middle class or middle class, male, and in a US context, white. Isn't that a problem? That should cause us to ask that question. So I think that there are examples everywhere around the world in schools and classrooms and teachers who are providing that kind of thoughtful, rich, exploratory, and rigorous education. So the question is, how do we learn from those examples? They're everywhere. And the second is, how do we scale up? And the third is, do we really have the will to support that for everyone?
Thank you. Thank you. An Young, we were talking yesterday about, you were telling me how with your gifted students, you have this lovely metaphor of snorkeling. You allow them to
right.
Explain that to everyone.
Okay. Actually, knowledge is so vast, like the ocean. So imagine yourself snorkeling in the ocean. If you just deep dive and explore every area, and eventually we'll run out of breath, right? So what can you do? We cannot explore everywhere, right? So we have to scan the surface, and we have to find out the spot interest us, right? It's education exactly same, right? At first, we have to scan the surface. So we have to provide many areas to students, and the students should have freedom to select their major, their interest, what they like. And then they can probably deep dive and immerse themselves, and they can passionate and creativity. So that's why I want students should be exposed to many research activities, many international exchange programs, and some elective courses, many elective courses. And then they can be probably trigger. It can trigger curiosity, lead question, more creative, more passionate. Right?
So yes, so, yeah, it seems to fit perfectly with the purpose of education being to find what triggers one's curiosity.
I think they just coming back to that very important question. So I think the big problem here is that when we talk about education, it's not the same about as when we talk about schools and universities, because schools and universities are not only giving the function of education and providing knowledge, they're also giving the functions of social lifts, of great equalizers, and so on. And and those are competing functions. And if you keep providing these controversial demands to our schools and universities, we keep getting these strange results that we have. Rather than equality, we get inequality from the education.
Thank you. But are they conflicting demands, Jewel? Do you think that you can cover both?
I think we can have both. I think we need to balance. Life is about balancing. Yep? So when you go to one extreme and leave the other extreme, then I think this is where the problem starts. I begin to believe now, after the pandemic, that school has been too much on livelihood, or education has been too much of livelihood. Everybody wants to come to university because you want to be successful in a certain way. Somebody say, this is success, a celebrity or whatever, fame and names. Yeah? But we forget about life altogether. So when the pandemic comes, you do not know how to organize our life. When we are locked down for a week, we can manage. But 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and more after that, we do not know how to manage life. We do not know how to deal with ourselves when you're alone. The whole problem of now is about loneliness. Despite all the networks that we talked about, loneliness is the biggest problem. And how does this connect? You've got all the networks, you get all the, the likes and whatever it is that you're used to, but yet loneliness is a problem. And how do you deal with this? I think we need to come back to this balance, Adam. How do you balance livelihood and life? You know you have got so much in livelihood, but what is your life? Some successful people, sometimes their lives are very miserable. People who are economically not well off, their lives sometimes are better. They are more happier. They are, they're cheerful. They don't grumble so much. So to get this balance and to bring it back into education, and I do agree that education is not just classroom. The whole world is about education. You are here, it is part of education. So how do you broaden this perspective, the perspective that everywhere you go, you learn? I come here, I learned a lot, and I see all the things that have been done. So learning is a process that goes on 24 hours, 24/7. How do you deal with this? I think this is what I think the issue for the future.
Can I ask a provocative question? So just in the long run, how your students are doing? So, how many are, so in comparison with the regular school? So
it's difficult.
How many of them are CEOs, I don't know, or professors, or doctors?
So actually, our education purpose to nurture well-rounded individual, actually for society, but it's like Nobel laureate. It's a special purpose. It's Nobel Nobel laureate.
Let's cut that.
But actually, initially we try to nurture young people to be the. Actually, it's honestly, it's Nobel laureate. Really, it's science Nobel laureate.
Nurturing laureates. Okay.
Yeah, scientists. Yeah, and then finally they can contribute to society, right? It's as society, but now we wanna make them happy, right? It's individual happiness is very important, right? Mental health, like that. So actually, we wanna nurture some kind of. It's the first I commented well-rounded individual, right? So they can less stressed and much happier, right? Much happier and also creative, and they can also function in the society, right? It's very ideal.
That's your idea.
But
okay.
yeah,
it's difficult. It's difficult to measure how people have done, isn't it?
Yeah, right.
Let's have another comment, please. There's a lady here, please. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Can we turn the microphone on? Thank you, Grace.
Hello, thank you so much. I have a question for Professor Costa-Novoselov. And as I know, you have visited a lot of countries and you must be experienced a lot of educational systems. And which one were the best or maybe the most impressive, remarkable? Thank you so much.
Well, thank you for this question. I don't really, it's difficult to say, but I think I can tell you from my experience, at least. So what I'm really grateful for my life, that I had a chance to try different things. At a certain moment, I actually pretty much quit the university. I had my own construction business. I was earning money for some time, and then actually good money. And then, but then I was lucky that I tried it. And I figured out that that's not what I want to do in life. And you really need to try to in quite not being already adult, because so when you are 16, 17, that's very difficult. And coming back to that question, I think it's really important to have a try for many different things. And in this sense, there's liberal art education in US, where when you have this first year of just exploring things. I mean, okay, some people explore different things, so they just so beer and all the other just types. But a lot of students actually explore different courses and select the direction of education during this year. And I think this is a very nice example of very good education.
But you became you had a construction business, and then you became a Nobel laureate at the age of 36.
Yeah.
So something in your education, presumably in Russia, gave you incredible confidence that you sort of at least knew who you were. You moved fast.
Well, that's but that's actually exactly what nothing can push you to move fast. It's part of yourself. And this self-motivation is extremely important. And when I hire my PhD students, of course, I look at their background and knowledge, but self-motivation is probably the dominant characteristic. So if they're not motivated, if they're not curious at themselves, I won't be able to drive them. And that's what really helped me, that I really tried many different things, and I definitely knew for sure that science and condensed matter physics is exactly what I want to do.
Mm. In a way, that's the gift, isn't it? The gift is to discover.
But it's very difficult to discover it when you are 17. So it's really, you really need to try different things.
Mm. Mm. In the little time we have remaining, does anybody want to pick up on that? Jules?
But to try different things, I think, is what education is all about. You do not know who you are until you try a variety of things. It's just like food, you know. If you're just used to one food, you think that's the only thing. But when you try a variety of food, then you know which one you like. And you can then channel your interest. And this is where I agree with you, this self-motivation is something that is very crucial in driving you. So you don't have somebody else to supervise you. You supervise yourself. And that's what education is all about, I think.
And something that I was reflecting on when we named the panel, the purpose of education, it's strange because the meeting is called The Future of Learning, and everybody likes learning, but a lot of people don't like education. So finding out what you like is, for many people, a complete failure with education. At the end of the day, they haven't liked it at all. What do we do about that? Lynn, would you like to?
So I've been thinking about this whole idea of interest and finding out what you like. And I completely agree with my fellow panelists that there isn't enough sort of exploration and experimentation in schools that enable young people to try things out. Quite often you're trying things out for the first time at university level. And sometimes, you know, you take the beer route because you've never had any experience sort of being thoughtful about your own education. But I want to talk about motivation as well. And sometimes we think of motivation as something that's sort of imposed from the outside, or something that some learners have and some don't. But I want you to think about a young child, a 5-year-old, who is completely engrossed in something for hours. They say children can't sit still. Well, they can sit still for things they really want to do. If you think about someone learning how to skateboard, have you watched young people learning how to skateboard for hours on end, falling, 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 and getting up? That's motivation. So motivation is connected to this desire to attain something that you care about.
It's true. In the case of my teenager, though, it's probably spending hours looking at their telephone doing this. That, unfortunately, is all we have time for on this panel, but it's been a lovely start to the day. Thank you very much indeed to all of you, and thank you for the questions. We'll have more chance to have the audience participate later in the day. In a short while, Lynn is going to moderate a panel following on from this one on the important question of equality. And to set the scene for that, I'm going to invite Anna Dadio, who is a senior policy analyst at UNESCO, to give an introductory talk in which she'll also touch on the question of how the digital revolution is changing education. But for now, to all my panelists, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. So they'll need to clear the stage a minute. I think it's much easier. Thank you.
I can start. Hi, everyone. I'm really honored to be here with you today, and delighted to see this room full and so eager to hear what we are saying. So this put a little bit of a pressure, but it's very nice. So I'm here. So I will present 2 things. One is really about technology in education. Our Global Education Monitoring Report this year was about technology in education. And rather than starting about questioning what a technology can do for education, it started asking what is the education system we want and what education can do, what technology can do to improve education. And so, as you know, Sustainable Development Goal 4 is the SDG 4 and is about equitable, inclusive, quality education. So the 3 questions, the main question that the report asked this year in its first part was about, is technology able to improve quality, equity, and even efficiency in education? And in fact, the short answer, and is really a shortcut, is maybe it can. Technology offers a lifeline for millions. It helps to access education. It helps to access contents. It can provide a most efficient way to deliver education and access to learning. For example, if we think about the potential of distance education, if we think about what is about lifelong learning analytics, and it can increase also quality. But the sure point is that technology is changing education, but is not yet transforming education. There is something that says that, for instance, if we look at open access resources, 90% and more of the content is provided in English. Other languages are not really looked at. If we look about the potential of technology in education, many people think about the digital divide, but the digital divide is not just in terms of skills, it's also in terms of access to infrastructure. And if we think, for instance, at this particular issue, we know very well, looking at primary education, that about 20% of schools globally don't have access to electricity. And if we think about sustainability, we realize that technology has a huge potential, but also has consequences. And this is important then to look at and to ask for a question. This is how the GEM report this year has decided to look. Is the use, before deciding about the use of technology in education, each policymaker should address 4 questions. It is scalable, it is sustainable, it is appropriate for local and regional context, it is equitable, or is just privileging the well-off students. So that's why the title is A Tool on Whose Terms? And this is why these questions are really important. And the idea, one of the main messages of the report is that rather than thinking about technology as technology, we need to think about the learner's interest and put it at the center. And the focus should be on learning outcomes, not digital outputs. If you distribute laptops or devices, but you don't think about what will be the use of these devices, you will not improve learning. And the point is that also another one. So what the report does is to look at the status of education globally. In fact, it is the monitoring tool of SDG 4, the Sustainable Development Goal 4. And the question it has asked this year has been how far we are from achieving Sustainable Development Goal 4. And in fact, one important thing is about funding of education. And if you look at this chart, we can see that aid to education, for instance, has increased very slowly since 2015. And COVID had a huge toll also on this, and aid for education has decreased between 2020 and 2021, especially in those areas, in those regions where it's needed most, like in sub-Saharan Africa. And if we think about the digital transformation, we have estimated that a full digital transformation in education will cost 1 billion per day just to operate in the poorest country, which would prevent them to achieve sustainable development goal. And so looking at the progress and to set the stage very quickly about the discussion that will take place today, we have seen that there has been progress, but a lot remains to be done. And this in all of the targets of the Sustainable Development Goal 4 about, as I said, equitable, inclusive education and lifelong learning. So early childhood, the percentage of children 1 year younger than the official primary entry age who are in organized learning remain constant at 75%. And in particular, COVID has caused a really huge decline in pre-primary participation in many countries. Learning, there has not been much progress, even in primary education. And completion, once you are in the system, once you are in education, I mean, the important is how do you get out? Are you successful in getting your education career? And we can see that completion rate have increased, but the progress is very slow. So, and as I was saying before, COVID has affected learning in many countries, and even more than in the poorer countries. And also it has exacerbated inequality. And Another important point is that the number of out-of-school children, youth, and adolescents has increased with the new data that have been published last Monday have shown that 6 million more of children are out of school. And this has been really mainly determined by the crisis in Afghanistan, but there is also the COVID pandemic that has played a huge role. And I'm almost finished. And when we look at gender parity, this is really something that has not been achieved anywhere, and in particular in sub-Saharan Africa, this has not been achieved at any education level. So to answer the question, are we on track to achieve SDG 4 in 2030? The short answer is really no. If countries were on track, 6 million more children would be in early childhood education, 58 million more children, adolescents, and youth would be in school, and 1.7 more primary school teachers would have been trained. So to get back on track, more than 1 million children need to be enrolled in early childhood education every year. A new child needs to be enrolled in school every 2 seconds until 2030. And annual progress in primary completion rates need to almost triple. So progress has been made, but a lot remains to be made. And being on track is really important, not just for education, but for our society as a whole. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Anna, and thank you in particular for getting through that fast. Anna is Italian, and she was warning me that she says, I'm an Italian, I always speak all the time. I know it's going to be difficult to keep me to time, but you managed well, beautifully. Thank you very much indeed. So now we're just setting up our next panel on achieving equality in education, moderated, as I said, by Lynn, and she'll be joined by Anna and Jewel, who you've already met, and also Moonjung Park, a professor at Posttech, and George Smoot, who is the 2006 Nobel laureate in physics. So, if you'd like to take your seats. So, yes, there's the seating plan. Lynn, you're here. Anna?
I'm here.
Yes, there. That's right. Thank you. George, you're at the end. And
thank you.
Yeah. Perfect. Over to you, Lynn. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you, everyone, again, for being part of this conversation. So I'm going to try and be a ruthless moderator because I know that our time is very, very tight. And I want to be sure that the panelists have a chance to respond to each other and sort of build from the comments. So I'm going to start with one general question. And if you could each take, a minute or a bit to give us a primary principle, a main idea, something that you're passionate about from your perspective, particularly your discipline or your field or your area of expertise. Inequality in education. It's an enduring, endless conversation, and we continue, as Anna said, to have so much work to do. What do you think, from your perspective, is one primary reason that inequality persists? Anna, I'm going to start with you.
Thank you, Lynn. That's a really good question, and we can answer this question in many different ways. I think I would like to start by saying that inequality persists because maybe the resources should be distributed not just in an equal way, but in an equitable way. Okay. And I think the first and foremost important issue here is distinguish between equality and equity. When we talk about equality, we think about the distribution of resources. So we assume that to have more equality in education, we should have resources, the same resources to each school and each student. While the issue of equity and fairness and inclusion are a little bit different. So why inequality persists is maybe also because those that are most in need do not get a fair share of the resources. And when we did tell me if I'm going beyond the 1 minute. But when we published the Inclusion and Education report in 2020, we said that there is one thing that's really important, is all means all. And so this means that inclusion should be looked at the way to value every learner, to value the potential of everyone, and do not distribute the chances according to the background of individuals. And I think this is not happening everywhere. I just show on purpose the chart on education financing, because education financing should be a priority in each country. And unfortunately, it is not. And there are two benchmarks that concern finance in education, and very few countries attain this benchmark. I would say half of countries have not attained these two benchmarks about the amount of spending on education. So it's about resources, but it's about also training of teachers, it's about classroom, it's about giving safe and learning environment to students, and caring, we heard about this thing, making everybody learn, and ensuring that parents and communities are involved. So inclusion and equity or equality are not a process that should be enforced from the top, but require everyone to participate, and that's a reason why inequality persists, maybe.
Okay. So it sounds as though the inequitable distribution of resources becomes kind of a tipping point for lots of other inequities. George, an answer from you that might be different. What in addition to inequitable distribution?
I think, my microphone's not on as far as I can tell, but I think
we can hear you, so
that
it's good.
Korea has done an admirable job of making high connectivity internet available to everyone in Korea. That has been key to a strong education, and we're reminded that only half the people in the world have good connectivity to the internet, or any connectivity to the internet. So already there's this tremendous inequality, and when it started going in the United States, that was very clear that people who were well off could afford for their children internet to their home, computers at the time. Now you can do it on your smartphone, and so forth. It's very important. And there is a revolution going on in education which people don't notice. Sitting right there this morning before the thing, I took a Duolingo course in Spanish, so make sure to keep my streak going, 180 days. I do it on the free. Nora, who's sitting there next to me, she has 580 days in a row on, learning French, and she pays, I think, about 100 a year, right? Some people can't afford 100 a year. They have to have a smartphone, and then they have to pay for access to this education. That's an example of education. But even in Korea, the education isn't. It's much. The opportunities are very good. But I did interaction with the Seoul High School of Science. Those are really outstanding students. It's like taking your best, athletes and training them, and they have great stuff. And I went to them and I did what's actually effective teaching, which was funny. I went to the creativity. A student asked for money to do some of these things that I'll tell you about. And it happened that the transit of Venus across, a beautiful transit of Venus across the sun was happening at that time. And I asked them to design an experiment and told them how they can design it. They had more. They had telescopes, I suppose, so they can make a projection and measure it. And I arranged for a school in Australia to coordinate with them so that they could measure the distance to the sun very accurately and then report back to me when I came back afterwards. And they explained what they did and what they measured and so forth. And then one of the students was explaining how come they didn't get exactly the 150 million kilometers. They only got 140 million kilometers. And it's hands-on experience. Understanding statistics, they needed to do it more times or have simulations. That's the most effective way you can educate. Having a teacher in a classroom is actually a very inefficient way of doing education. People aren't realizing that because it's tradition, right? I then...
So can I just sort of connect what you're saying? Because it sounds as though you're talking again about this idea of when you have the resources, you're able to do amazing things.
Right.
And the
So
question
rich
goes back to
people-
what Anna said about the distribution. So let me just move on to the other panelists because I'm just worried about our time and I want to
All
be
right,
sure
sorry.
everyone gets a chance.
If we have time, I'll tell you about
Yes,
actually doing the thing that Professor Shen said.
Mhm.
And it gave me more than half my contact hours with students in my whole teaching life. 40 years of teaching, and that course that was taught twice gave me 70,000 times 10 weeks.
That sounds like a lot. Thank you. Yeah. So Moon-Jung?
So from a perspective of parents raising a little kid, I want to talk about elementary education inequality. When I was a student, there was saying that a dragon was born in a stream. But in these days, it appears highly unlikely because children in poor income, in low-income family, they were small opportunity to get an early child education and also limited access to the extracurricular activities. And that make impact when they become high school, middle school student. And I also want to acknowledge the growing significance, the family residential place. So for example, the school in the big city, of course a lot of resource there, but schools in suburban place, they have an obvious limited resource and unfortunately less experienced teachers and also limited access to the information and technology. And that gap was widened during this COVID pandemic. So I think that's one of the big issues from the beginning, from the young age, this inequality start. And other thing is during this COVID pandemic, I experienced that we do that inequality unintentionally. Nobody recognized, but we do, by even myself. So last year, I had an opportunity to mentor an internship student in my lab, and she was the last semester of her fourth year. And I noticed that she has a huge drop in her GPA in her second and third year. So I assumed that she didn't pay too much effort to her study during that time. It's quite usual actually. But when I asked her, she answered to me that she has a hearing impairment. And it was almost impossible to follow Zoom in a class because you share the screen, the video getting very small, so hard to recognize her, the teacher's mouth. And even in transitioning back to in-person lecture, nothing changed because teacher wear mask. But even myself, I do the class, but I couldn't recognize I have that student in my class because no one actually informed me, no one tell me the guidance. So this kind of things is unintentionally, so we can actually solve very quickly.
So it sounds as though, again, you are offering another sort of perspective on inequality and inequitable distribution of resources. But you've added one thing, which is the assumptions that we make of learners.
Yes.
So Zul, your thought on this.
Thank you. I want to go back to where you started, Lynn. I think education is about leveling up society. And that's where I look at quality or inequality for that matter. And for that, I think there are 4 things that I would want to achieve. I call it the 4 A's. One is to start off with, is it available? In technology, for example, is the technology available? If the technology is available, then it's already a function of inequality. If it's available, is it accessible? Right? Sometimes you have the technology, but only to certain people, certain portion, others are not accessible. Majority are not accessible to it. If it's accessible, are they affordable? And the other A, sometimes you can't afford it, especially high tech nowadays, you can't afford it. And the last one is, of course, the other is appropriate. Is it appropriate? In your context. Doesn't mean all technology is appropriate to you. It depends on your context, your needs, and your wants. You cannot just have a one-size-fits-all. So if you use these 4 as a guidance, then perhaps you can get closer to what equality is or inequality, depending on what you are. So to me, it is quite well laid out. And when we want to make a decision, we look at these 4 A's. If the 4 A's are met, then I think we'll go for it. Otherwise, we'll stand back and see what else we can do to make it more equitable. Thank you.
So Zul, thank you. Thank you, everyone. Let me stay with you, and I'll just move in reverse order. So if you had a magic wand, and you could put in place one intervention, one something that would be a powerful tipping point change, what would it be?
Well, I guess this is the whole idea of how we can come together as a group that supports each other. We begin to think of humanity as an issue. When you look at the pandemic, I think that's what was missing. We know that it is a humanitarian problem. Everybody faces it, no matter wherever you are. But the moment the vaccine comes in, then you see the world is in the divide again. You see, the whole idea that we are together, having the same problem, we are supposed to sympathize with one another. When the vaccine comes in, that somehow that disappeared very quickly. So these values, Lynn, of the three things that I want to emphasize, can we learn how to sympathize with one another? If you do not know how to sympathize with your neighbor, forget about the world. You will not be able to sympathize with the world. If you're able to sympathize, can you empathize? In other words, can you go out and do what you need to do within your own limits to make it happen so that everybody shares? If you can sympathize, can you be compassionate? And then these three values must be in the new education system if you want to achieve equality. If you don't have that, if you just work as for livelihood, as mechanical, then I think we will never achieve this. So these three values, I think, is important. So I'm talking about value-based education at the same time to achieve equality.
Thank you. So, Moon Jung, based on what you just heard Zul talk about in relation to this idea of inequity and inequality, one tipping point change that you would put in place?
You know, as Anna says and I said, I think research is more very important. As said, so I think the government-driven reallocation of the asset to school funding equally, in particular, I think, as I mentioned in the last part of my comment, so they probably need to allocate more funding of the small school to serve the disadvantaged community, because we are living in the area of the low birth rate, and now we need to teach every single student because that's the only way we can survive in the future. So most important, distributing resource properly and even more to the disadvantaged community.
As Anna said, it's not just all means all, but all must mean all if we are to survive. George.
I've got many stories to tell, but let me think about an example because it's hard. We have tremendous capability coming up in chatbots. For the last 4.5 years, there have been 5 chatbots who've taken medical exams in different countries and have done better than 85 or 90% of the people. You can think about teaching via chatbots and so forth, but I'll give you an example of an attempt to bring up some inequality. So I was very interested in helping Africa develop because it's been a kind of a neglected country. And I was friends with the president of Eutelsat, and I convinced him to make some data, some satellite communication data available to Africa to send information down. And I worked with some people out of the Vatican they were very interested in making converts. To provide small villages in Africa, small towns in Africa, satellite receiving stations so that they could do part of the Catholic Church, but we could send education stories down there. Problem came up in that the Catholic Church got inflamed in certain controversies, and we thought it was better not to be associated with them at the time. But in fact, you have to think there is a way to reach even poor countries, provided you can provide them the electronic connectivity. And we even have made these small kiosks with solar cells on the top so that people can come and charge their cell phones, even though they live in the bush and so forth. There is a way to provide connectivity to the whole world, and that's the way we're going to do it. And we don't need to train quite so many teachers if we train the chatbots to individually tutor people. I mean, there is a way we can do it and afford it.
There's a way, and we can afford it. Anna.
Thank you. So one thing, I just start by saying SDG 4 is about leaving no one behind. So leaving no one behind covers everything we have been saying here, and there is one thing that is really important, is start early. So early childhood education lies the foundation, and is really, there are too many kids nowadays that are still outside this kind of education. And the education system should also teach kids how to learn and what they learn. And this is not just learning about facts, it is about learning how to recognize true from fake. And so this is about developing critical skills. And this is very important, especially for the topic we are discussing today. And this means also teacher training and quality in classroom. So there is not, and why I started by saying SDG 4? Because SDG 4 provides, the Sustainable Development Goal 4 provides a list of targets. And each of these targets are really important and say what should be the roadmap. But there is no country that is on track to achieve this roadmap. But I think one important is start early, really.
Okay. Thank you for that. So this morning when President Ok opened up the ceremony, I was struck by something that he said, and I'd like to ask you all about it. He said education is sort of the gift that parents pass on to their children. And it just made me think about all the parents who desire to give their children that gift, but may not have the means. And means lots of things. It's not just money. And it also caused me to think, what if education were the gift that society or governments passed on to their children or its children? What do you think about that? Education as a human right, as a social right, that it shouldn't just be dependent upon what your parents dream for you, although all parents dream for their children.
I think that even resource allocation same. I mentioned that paying more resource to the small school, that makes some people very upset who pay more tax to the country, right? So it's getting consensus very difficult. So it's a time for sustained effort and communication among many bodies like policymaker, parents, teacher, and student. So without consensus, this kind of the system never will be created. So we have to be aware of that. We have a few number of the kids, small number. So it's time we think about what to do in the future. So.
George?
I thought that it is a difficult question. When we talk about governments, normally it's a difficult question. But I thought education must remain apolitical. In other words, there is a neutral value that all of us can accept, regardless of what sort of government we have. Because at the end of the day, it is about everybody. And you can never get everybody on one platform as far as political is concerned. So how do you create a kind of a neutral environment that all human beings can benefit? I think it's a difficult question, but this is one of the issues that I think we are grappling with when education gets politicized. When it gets politicized, and then it moves into a certain direction that sometimes does not fulfill the needs of others, and that's where I think the clash comes in, clash of civilization, whatever you want to talk about it. So how to then you make it normative in a neutral way that everybody can have a common platform. And this way I go back to this whole idea of spirituality. I think this is something that we are common in that particular sense. How do you move it? Then we are trying to produce under Sustainable Development Goal, what we call Sustainable Development Goal 18. You only have 17, but we thought an 18 one is good. We are talking about spirituality. How can you create another set of values that all of us can come together regardless of where we are?
Okay. So George and then Anna.
Can I be controversial?
Yes, of course.
More so than I was. So I want to put this in really stark contrast. It will not be that very long before parents who want to can have their embryo child DNA modified to have all the knowledge up through a college education. The amount of information you learn your whole life is less than is encoded on your gene, double the length of the gene. You can have all the information. It's like you went to every class and did every homework problem and you were the top student. Okay. Would you choose that for your child? along with smarter genes and prettier genes and more athletic genes, right? Okay, some people will, right? That's going to happen. You can do that cybernetically too. You can provide people AI systems that will make them effectively smart, right, and well educated. Some people will choose to do that. If it's a gift from parents, they'll do that. If it's a gift from the government, it's going to be more complicated. So think about the implications to society and to humans given the kind of opportunities you have in the future. And they're not far away. I mean, it used to be people thought, oh, climate change, it's bad, but I'll be dead by the time it happens. Well, they were wrong. Climate change is going to be a big crisis. But this kind of stuff is coming along too. There's all these wonderful opportunities, but there's all these very complex ethical issues that come with it. So when you start saying the government should provide the education, think about what they might provide.
So it sounds as though SDG 18 is definitely needed. Yeah. Anna.
Yeah, so I will start from where you started about education. What is education? Is a gift. Education is a gift. It is a human right, should be a human right. It is also a public good. So, and this is very important because it means that I remember working on the intergenerational transmission of disadvantage or advantages. One of the things that could break the cycle of disadvantage is precisely education. Education cannot be for a few, it should be for all. And it should be for all in the same way, quality. It should be quality and inclusive. So the point is, we were talking about an enabling environment. So the role of government, the government has a huge role to play in making this possible. But having legislation and policy is not all if they are not enforced. So the important thing is how to get these policies and legislation implemented. And the only way you can do it well is to make communities and every one of us to take part in that. So the role of civil society organization, for instance, is very important as watchdog for the human rights, for the rights to education, the implementation of the right to education. The role of parents, the role of the mediator between the school and the parents is fundamental because, as you said, there are parents and very often those that are with low resources that are not involved. They cannot participate in education of the children. So it is a gift, but we want to find ways to be a gift for all and not just for a few.
Right. Perfect timing. I want to thank panelists. And I heard some common themes. One common theme is that there is a way, that it is possible to do, but there are many ethical considerations that must be considered. Please join me in thanking our panelists today for a wonderful conversation.
Thank you.
If you've been standing in the way.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. So another quick change, and to close this morning's session, we're going to move to the subject of educational reform, which has already been touched on. To talk about that, we have Pasi Sahlberg, who's Professor of Educational Leadership at the University of Melbourne. And he's going to give a talk, and then he's also going to be joined on stage by 3 students, Jian Kim, Jian Hong, and Jae Yu. And they're going to listen to the talk, and then Pasi and the 3 of them are going to have a short conversation about the talk. So, if you'd like to join me on stage. They're shy. Come. Please, please. Pasi Sahlberg, Jian Hong, Jian Kim, and Jae Yu. If you'd like to take your seats, you 3, over here, please. On these seats. I have to admit, they look like bar stools, so we should be bringing you a beer or something, but you have to wait till lunch for that. So please sit down. Pasi, over to you.
Thank you so much. Ooh, that's loud. How are you people? Are you good? It's been a wonderful, wonderful morning. So I'm going to speak a little bit about, just a lead to this little dialogue that I'm going to have with these wonderful students that you see here on stage. And basically what I'm going to tell you is that for the last quarter of the century, when it comes to school education, we have been in a particular path around the world, somewhere in a little bit different ways than the others. But basically the interesting question is that what has this path looked like, and has it been a right one? And as you can probably see in the title over there, that my argument is that it has not been the appropriate path, and it's definitely the wrong path from here to the future. If you listen to what the people were saying before me, it's very clear that we need not just a little bit reformed idea, we need a paradigm shift. We need a completely different way of thinking about these things. So I've been part of those scholars around the world during the last 20 years, really, trying to identify what those trends within school education have been. And there are different ways to looking at this, this kind of a global movement or education reform movement. What you see there is just a kind of a simplified idea, some of the common things that we have seen in most countries around the world, certainly in most countries within the OECD, that is the wealthier part of the world. One of them is that we have seen education systems relying more and more heavily on competition. Students competing against one another. Schools are competing over students, sometimes over smart kids. And the schools are competing within the systems, and eventually the school systems have been put in a competition. I'm from Finland originally. I know very well, for example, how to compete, or how countries have been competing between Sweden and other countries in the Scandinavia. But the competition has been a kind of a defining characteristics. Then we have seen the increasing focus on some academic subjects like reading, writing, and mathematics, or numeracy and literacy as it is called. And then finally, the growing number of examinations and standardized assessments that have been used also for the accountability purposes, meaning that if the school or teacher doesn't do a good job, you may lose your status, or you may lose your job, or even worse. And this has led into certain things that I'm going to show you a little bit more about. We have seen the declining student engagement steadily since the year 2000, or even before that. Student well-being is another one that is at stake right now, and there has been decline in that as well. And also the equity, if you listen to the panel previously, equity or equality has been in a downhill. So the conclusion here is that this has not been the best possible way to build or lead education systems. We need to rethink. But I'm going to show you some data as well. That is a little bit what you saw from Anna, but I try to show you some big trends. Like what you can see here is 3 trends since the year 2000 in global education, probably more within the OECD, that includes student achievement, not necessarily learning, but student achievement in science, mathematics, and reading literacy. Student well-being, and then the cost per child. This is a little bit different statistics that I'm going to show you what you saw in Anna's, because this is more about how much money we are spending per student, not the proportion part of the education budgets. So this is roughly the evolution that we have seen during the last 20 years since the year 2000. Some of these curves are going up, some of them are going down. Now I'm going to ask you that which one do you think the curve represents of these 3 variables there, learning, well-being, or cost, that is having the steepest decline? What do you think that is? That's the well-being, of course. How about the only one that is going up? That's the cost. But that's the cost per student, okay. So this is one thing that, if you look at these things, you don't need to be a Nobel laureate to understand that, this is not good. We're spending more money and getting less outcomes out of this. I'm going to show you another one that is even more kind of a problematic thing and calls for not just the reform of education, but transformation. We need to think very differently about how to face this future that somebody beautifully in the morning said is coming to us faster than ever before, that we need to be aware of this. Now, this data is from Australia, but this may be the situation in many other countries as well. Now, these two dots there, the blue and red, represent two different typical students in a year 3, the 3rd grade. So they are about 9 years old. So they have been in school for 2 years, maybe a little bit more. The blue one that you see over there is a typical child from a more affluent family, where the parents have better education and more family income. Whereas the red dot represents the child who comes from the more socioeconomically disadvantaged family. Now look at this. These kids have been in a school, they may have been in early childhood education at some point, probably the red dot less than the blue, but in a year 3, grade 3, the gap between those two students is already about 2 years worth of school education. That's a big one. So schools were created earlier to equalize these gaps. We heard that also earlier in the morning. So when these kids, I'm going to show you what happens to these two kids, typical kids from the different equity cohorts, when they travel through 3 years of schooling. 3 years of primary education and then lower secondary education. This is what it looks like in Australia. So what we see that rather than leveling these differences, these outcome differences in school, we see that it's expanding, and not just a little bit, but a lot. So they have 5-year, on average, 5-year learning gap at the grade 9. Huge. This is not what the education should be all about. So that's why I'm saying, putting these things together, and there's of course many other stories, we need to have a new paradigm, new assumptions, beliefs, and models for how to educate kids. We have heard a lot about those things already earlier in the morning. So this is this could be a much more complicated story to go into the detail, but just to keep this simple, that what this new paradigm could entail. First of all, I think that it should have a very strong element of collaboration, cooperation, sharing, doing things together as a school, as a student, and at the level of the education systems. Secondly, I think we should focus much more on the whole child. We heard about whole brain earlier this morning. This whole child means that it's not just the academic knowledge and learning that we need. We need to develop skills and characters and many other things as a whole child, including well-being. And then the trust-based responsibility instead of test-based accountability. That is building trust in students within the school and trust in teachers within our countries and communities and societies to do the right thing. If we do that, and many other things, of course, that comes with those things, we're probably going to see an education system in the future that is building much more on enhancing personal relationships. Again, within and between the students, but also between students and adults in the school, and between students and the community around the world. We see much more holistic learning and well-being rather than training and preparing young people in different disciplines and subjects. And finally, we're probably going to see students that are much more engaged in their own learning. And Lynn was speaking earlier about the motivation, the intrinsic motivation. This is the only way that we can see schools in the future, when students are more engaged what they do, to be also more motivated and curious and interested in what they do. Building a future education system is much more complex and complicated than this, but I just wanted to give this as a lead now when we move to the conversation with these wonderful young students about what should we do and how the future of education and future of learning would look like. So what do you think? Can I have the first, a really quick round with you, starting from you, Jian, if you can say where you're from, what do you do currently, and go through this panel, and then we start the conversation.
Hi, I'm Jian Kim from Daejeon Science High School for the Gifted. I'm now learning science and mathematics in high school.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jay Ryu. I'm first grade in high school of IASA, which is Indian Academy of Science and Art, and I specialize in computer programming and biology. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jian Hong from Seoul National University, and I currently major electrical and computer science.
Thank you. This is an easy panel for me because there are two Jians and one Jay, so I try to remember your names. Let's start with this little, you were here with me when I was giving this introduction, and I was calling for paradigm shift or revolution, if you wish, in school education in the future. Do you see this in the same way based on your experience? And I'm not necessarily just thinking about the schools here in Korea or schools that you call, but in general, when you think about schooling and learning for the future, do you think we need a radical change or just a little bit reforms here and there? Jay, yeah, go ahead.
Yes. In the school I am attending now, I take two kinds of educations. One is a class format where the teacher gives us knowledge, and the other is a research activity where students have the freedom to do what they want, so they can have autonomous learning. And from this, I learned that giving students freedom can lead to very creative results. So I think the education should give students freedom to learn what they need and learn what they want.
Wonderful. Jian, what do you think?
So I don't know if you already know, but private education in Korea is really a huge market, and that's because there are like a lot of chicken races, the huge chicken race going on for the tutoring and mentoring systems. So I think we need to change current education form to put down those kind of irregular high education like chicken races.
And what would it look like from your point of view?
So I was part of it. I was part of it in the past, and like after school, every students, even students from elementary school, goes to academy to learn mathematics and like Korean, English, and all sort of things. So it's kind of absurd, I think.
Good. How about you, Jian?
I think everything is going on so fast these days, including education. And I think education should slow down a little bit. There is less time to think more deeply or creatively because of fast learning. And fast learning can have also advantages that we can learn a lot of things and think about a lot of things, but I think we have more time to play and do other things we want to do.
Right. So, you know, we are mostly old people that have been speaking here so far. So my question, including myself, of course, you know, the question to you is that, and this is a bold question, is that do you think that people like we, that we really understand the kind of education that you need, or let alone the people younger than you? Or should we have more conversation with students and children in thinking about this future of learning? Do you think we are doing the right thing right now? These guys are saying, next question, please.
Oh.
Now, this is your moment to say, well, how we should build this journey from here to the future learning. Yeah, go ahead.
The ones who make education policies are grown-ups, like...
Just say old.
Yeah. Old people,
thank you,
as you say. So, like, but the ones who actually feel the results of those kind of education policies are us or even younger students. So, I think they should listen more to those students who actually take education.
Right. How about you, Jay?
Yeah, I kind of agree. And now I am attending a science-focused high school, so I get to learn what I want more than other students. But in normal high schools, the education isn't changing as fast as the society is changing. So I think adults need to put more care to follow the changes of the world in education.
Right. Good point. Jian.
I really agree with their ideas, and I think that adults should listen to more to students and know what they really want to learn and help them do what they want.
Right. Good. So it would be good to have more of your voice in the building the future, right? That's what I'm hearing.
Yes.
Okay, good. Please take this to heart. It's an important thing. You know, one of the things that, again, you know, continuing the same line of thinking of not being a digital native, if that is a proper term, you know, compared to you, that you have a very different view to technology and what it can do and what it should not do. We had a little chat in the green room about the AI, and we heard earlier here people talking about the future of artificial intelligence and what it brings. Could you share with us a little bit how you see the emergence of artificial intelligence and ChatGPTs and all those robots that we saw earlier here? Is it something that you see optimistically, like it's really going to help us to address these grand challenges and issues, or do you have some concerns or some advice to all old people here, what we should not do? Any one of you? Cha, you're almost saying something, so go ahead.
Okay, I was thinking, but I
Think
get a
aloud.
lot of help from artificial intelligence in school. I use ChatGPT to do my homework sometimes, and so I think it's very helpful in my life. But if too much of our life is repaired by AIs, I'm worried that the connection between people and communication between friends and teachers might decrease, and that won't be that good for human society. So, like, artificial intelligence gives help to our life, but we shouldn't replace too much of us with it.
Do you think that you understand enough about that part of technology and AI to be able to regulate your own use of it? Do you have a feeling? Do you know what I mean? That you know enough about what the artificial intelligence or chat GPTs are about? Or do you need some guidance or help from outside?
From now, I do think I need to learn more about the artificial intelligence to use it right.
I think we all do. Jian.
Yeah, so as an engineering student, my friends and I am not really good at writing, as you all know. So if you take a writing class in university, we use a lot of, we use ChatGPT a lot to compromise, to do that. But even though we are not good at writing and we can use help from the AIs, but I think we still should know how to write by ourselves. So we need to grow our abilities to write ourselves. And after we gain some abilities, we can use the help from AI also. So it is important to restrain some, not to overuse the AI to
wonderful. Gain the creativity. Thank you. Jian, do you have a view on this?
Yes, in my school we use lots of ChatGPTs to do our homeworks and do some researches, and it's really helpful to find out more ideas that I can't think of. ChatGPT helps us think of new ideas, but I think too much use of it can decrease our creativity and to think more deeply. So I think we should know the right amount of using it.
Thank you. We are almost on time, but I have one last question for you before we break for lunch. And here's my question for you. That one day, probably most of you, maybe all of you, you're going to have your own children, your own family. It's going to be in the future, of course. If you think about the dream school for your own child, what, just in one word, what that school should look like so that you would be happy and delighted about the opportunity to send your own child to that school? Just one word or one sentence max. And while you think, I'm asking this question because often in these conversations, it's so easy to talk about other children's education rather than your own. But if you think about your own child, that's why I'm asking you. It may be difficult to imagine, but Jian, what is the school like in the future for you?
Harvard.
No, you should say Melbourne University.
Yeah, but it was joke. I think the ideal school for my children is the school that doesn't keep the students stressed out, because I was really stressed out in my high school period. So
beautiful, thank you. Jane.
In one word, I'd like to say, no, not in one word, let's just go a sentence. In normal schools, education is always focused on the average student. And in my case, when I was in middle school and elementary school, I wasn't really satisfied by the education I got. So in my case, I chose to come to a specialized high school. But I think that in schools, teachers should provide specialized education matched to each children's knowledge level and their likes, hobbies. So we should take care to each student, not just focus on education with the average students.
Thank you. Jian, you have a last word.
I hope future school helps children think creatively and think freely what they want to think and learn whatever they want and make children happy.
Beautiful. Please join me thanking these amazing students here. Thank you.
Please just stay while we send people off for lunch. But the meeting is all about meeting each other through dialogue, and I think it was a tremendous success, Pasi, that you managed almost to break through the barrier of Korean politeness and get them to tell us that we were too old to be talking about this. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Now, you've had tremendous amounts of food for thought, and it's time for food for real. We are serving lunch. There are snack boxes to be found outside for most, and special guests should follow the signs for the special guest lunch over there. And we have exactly 43 minutes for lunch. So please be back here at 1 o'clock precisely. See you then.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Wonderful. Very good.
Thank you very much. welcome back. Now, this next section is centered on technology and learning. And to start us off, Ki-nam Kim, who is president of the National Academy of Engineering of Korea, is going to talk about who will lead the fourth industrial revolution. And just as happened before lunch, he's going to be joined on stage by 3 students, Chanwoo An, Myun-suk Lee, and Ji-won Kim. So may I welcome them all to stage.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Ki-nam Kim, President of the National Academy of Engineering of Korea. It is my honor to speak at this venue and discuss future learning and technology with distinguished scholars and future leaders from all around the world. Today, at this session of technology and learning, I would like to share my personal experiences and thoughts on what will be needed to lead the fourth industrial revolution. What do you think the future generated by technology will be like? What do you think it will change in our lives? The potential changes in technology and our lives are well captured in this painting and the photo on this slide. The painting on the left side, titled Space Opera Theater, won the first place at 2022 Colorado State Fair. It challenged our long-held belief that creative works are exclusive only to humans. The photo on the right is an AI humanoid robot holding a historic press conference 2 months ago. It was amazing to see a robot intelligently answering questions from reporters, even rolling its eyes and making faces. Two previous examples represent the core technologies of the fourth industrial revolution, AI and robots. Big data, AR, and the IoT are the other examples of key technologies. In the pre-industrialization era, manpower and natural resources were the primary sources of the productivity. Then came the steam and water-powered machines of the first industrial revolution, followed by electricity, mass production, and wired communication in the second industrial revolution. We witnessed that the third was all about digital and information disruption. And now, the fourth industrial revolution brings a society of hyper-intelligence, hyper-connectivity, and hyper-datafication. Throughout the history of humankind, humans never ever witnessed such macro-scale and visible changes, expanding into the microscopic and invisible world. As technology and times change quickly, so does the talent that world needs. According to World Economic Forum, 2 critical capabilities required now and for the future are analytical thinking and creative thinking. The implication is that the power of human brain will still be of the key importance, even among ever-expanding technological capabilities. As we discussed, the critical skills needed now and for the future are the very essence of what we hope to encourage and support. Let us look at this chart here. The y-axis indicates the core skills for workers in 2023, while the x-axis represents skills needed in the next 5 years. In the first quadrant, which represent skills needed now and the future, analytical and creative thinking, curiosity and lifelong learning, leadership and agility are included. All of this came down to thinking skills, learning capabilities, and an attitude toward work. In following slides, I'd like to share my personal experiences and philosophy about them. First, I believe that you should pursue self-innovation relentlessly to precisely understand and utilize technology. The insight gained from looking below the surface is of critical importance. I have seen a lot of companies who are market leaders lost the position because they were complacent and ceased to assess and change themselves. So I want to emphasize the importance of focusing on fundamental values and relentless efforts to change yourself so that crisis can be turned into opportunity. After 40 more years as a semiconductor person, I feel there is still a long way to go. Looking back, my whole career, I've been through crisis after crisis. Every time I faced one, I tried to find the fundamental cause and define the essence of the problem in order to solve it. Have an endless dialogue with yourself to find the answers. Then you will naturally think in a creative and analytical manner. Second, never cease to learn new knowledge and technology. Being an expert is a process of giving your best in any circumstance, upping your skills and learning ceaselessly. Personally, I have the hope to be remembered as a semiconductor person, not just someone who spent his career in the industry, but who never stopped working, learning, and challenging both myself and those around me. To that end, I continue to spend time learning and keeping track of the latest papers and reports to always stay current and constantly learn. I understand many of you get information from digital media, but I'd like to recommend you try to use a traditional method, that is, an actual book. This is because research has found that reading a hard copy and trying to read between the lines enhances literacy and ability to think logically. The moment I cherish the most in my career is when I succeeded in developing 1 megabit RAM about 35 years ago. That development brought confidence and success in memory business for Samsung. And for me, it was the moment when new chapter of my life began. Though at the time, we were far behind industry leaders, and nobody believed in us. We made the impossible possible. But when he succeeded, we didn't stop there to enjoy our accomplishment. Instead, it motivated us to pursue even harder to develop next generation of DRAM. This engraved me the minds of the engineer in my heart, which is to never give up and keep going unless it is physically impossible, and never cease improving yourself and your product. Trial and error to find a path will inevitably lead to a solution. If you do it with a never give up mindset and foster creativity, you will find the answer. So keep going, do everything thoroughly. I would like to close my talk with an introduction of an anecdote. The invention of the camera in early 19th century alarmed many painters. It must have been a huge fear for them, as they were used to simply recording what they saw. However, painters found their own styles and creative identity, which could not be replicated with any technology. Others chose to collaborate artistically with their camera, giving a birth to a new kind of art. Likewise, though technological breakthroughs make us wary and scared, but humans and technology are bound to coexist and make a bright future together. The above three values, which I mentioned, can be found nowhere but within ourselves, awaiting to be awakened. All of you here today will lead a path to next generation of the Industrial Revolution. Beside the path, I will stand and keep thinking, learning, and researching, as well as mentoring. I wish all the best for you and your future. Thank you for your kind listening. Do you have any question or any comment about my talk?
Hello. We were very impressed by your lecture today regarding this fourth industrial revolution. First of all, if I introduce myself, I am Young-Suk Lee from Hanyang University, and I'm currently studying mechanical engineering.
Hi, I'm Jiwon Kim, and I'm in a rising second year studying natural sciences at the University of Cambridge.
My name is An Chanru. I'm a senior student of Yonsei University, majoring in mechanical engineering.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. So with the lecture, we have a few questions here. So my first question is that regarding the fourth industrial revolutions, what is the key skills or essential capabilities for individuals or organizations to have in the fourth industrial revolution?
Your question is, what is a necessary skill for individual as well as company, like organization, right?
School or company.
Yeah. It's mentioned during my talk. I mentioned in 3 key values. One is self-innovation. And in constantly learning. The final one was the thorough execution. That's what I believe necessary for an individual. But company, in many respects, almost the same as a human. So organization also need is self-innovation, constantly learning, and in a thorough execution. But difference is between individual and organization. Organization composed of the each individuals. So in order to be effectively working, we need another capability. Seamless communication and communication skill, and in some way to execute effectively. Hopefully now I answer your question.
Sorry, seamless communications sounds very important.
Yes.
Oh, okay. First of all, thank you for a very insightful talk. And a lot of great panelists have talked about social aspects of education earlier, but surely we can't omit the technical and engineering aspect of education as well. So as a student, I feel like the science and technologies are more characterized by convergence of various fields in these days. And considering this complexity, I would like to ask you that is it realistic to expect the universities to continuously produce these individuals with these multifaceted skills? For example, for robotics, we need mechanical engineering, electronics, computer science, or maybe AI with chemistry or biology, for example. So, how should universities' role remain meaningful or should evolve in this context?
So, simply saying, your question is, what's the role of the university in complicated in environment, right?
Right.
That's a really good question, but difficult to answer. maybe your question will be much better answered by education expert rather than me. I'm just people working in the business sector. But I think my personal belief is neither university can provide every corner of the various field, nor every student may need any details of the various field. I believe as time goes by, problems much more difficult, more complicated to answer. But that's why I need an expert. So complexity, that actually stems from the, you said, convolution of the, in various fields. Maybe you can handle that kind of problem through kind of expert collaboration of the each field. So, in that sense, I believe probably universities are in the best place to be cultivate or to provide those kind of capability for individual being an expert. So, even today, university is very important. But even further in future, more important. That's my thought.
Thank you for the insightful answer.
I think I have a question that kind of continues well with what was previously asked. As a university student studying the natural sciences, we do not have any specialization in the first year, and therefore that allowed me to, in a way, experience a bit of one of the values you have highlighted as important, which was seamless communication and trying to continually integrate knowledge from students that are studying other parts of natural sciences. And also, as you have mentioned, and was previously highlighted, hyperconnectivity and communication between different fields has become important with more data in the fourth industrial revolution. And so therefore I wanted to ask if there is any advice you would give to help us communicate better with people and experts in other fields.
Maybe based on my experience, communication is very important. But to be a good communicator, first we have to listen in Korean word, in 경청. Maybe someone say what English 경청? Intensively listening. That's the first. Then you can have a chance to freely communicate. Yeah. And that's one question. The other one is what?
Another question is regard to another aspect that you have highlighted, which is developing ourselves and not being afraid to take risks and continually learning. And so as you have experienced a lot of reaching out to other people in other fields and continuously having to learn even after graduating university or within a company. So I would like to ask if there is any tips or advice you would give us to starting learners to be able to have that passion and continually know how we can more effectively learn moving forward.
One thing you hope to realize what's the difference in academia and industry. Academia sometimes problem is very stereotyped. Always students try to get 100% in a perfect answer. But industry, you don't have that kind of situation. So always we face new problems. New problems, maybe you can solve not 100% in the answer. Maybe sometimes 90% accuracy is okay. If you are much faster than your competitors. So, in my experience, when problems comes, then I go back to basics. Basics normally provided by the basic science, physics, chemistry, mathematics. using those tools, you can always expand your areas.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are always in a 30 minutes, so you have to close this session. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Thank you all. So another refit, and we're on with our next panel. This one on digital approaches to learning and the role of AI. And for this panel, I'll be rejoined by Liz Cho and Lynn Goodwin, who you know already. Also joining will be Anant Agarwal from MIT, who is also the CEO of edX, the largest provider of online courses in the world. Jaebong Choi from Sung Kyun Kwan University. I'm doing my best. And also Michael Levitt, who is the 2013 Nobel laureate in chemistry. So, welcome to you all. Anant, Liz. Oh, sorry. Oh, I feel I got it wrong. I'm sorry. I missed it. Can't even count. Please sit down. Anant, Liz, yes. Lynn, thank you. We've got a bit mixed up now, but that's fine. That'll do. Yeah, I hope they can sort it out. Thank you very much indeed. So this is an enormous panel. And it could have been even bigger because, as you've probably noticed, all our participants pretty much talk about digital approaches and a touch on AI. So anybody could have been on this panel. And I'm delighted to have you 5 participants with me. Thank you very much indeed. We're going to talk about AI, but I just wanted to start with the digital provision of education. And Anna, let's begin with you. During the pandemic, of course, there was a sudden acceleration in the provision of learning via the internet. Online learning became the standard. And now things have presumably changed. So just bring us up to speed on where we are and where we're going with online learning.
So online learning has been around for 30, 40 years. But it really hit the scene around 2011, 2012. The New York Times called it the year of the MOOC, the massive open online courses, where really the key innovation at that time was how do we scale quality learning? And when the pandemic came around, about 3 years ago, for the 10 years before that, a lot of universities around the world were offering online courses and building mechanisms and experiences with teaching online. So when the pandemic came, the whole world had to go online. Some universities did a good job. They used the best practices of online learning, like use things like active learning and other techniques. But most of the teachers went to very boring forms of just doing what they did in the classroom, but did that with the camera. And what people began to call death by Zoom. And that gave people a really bad taste in their mouth about online learning. And now when the pandemic has gone away, very unfortunately, my biggest fear has come true. I had hoped that when the pandemic came in, everybody went online, that it would stick. That the notion of digital learning would stick in universities, and people would adopt the blended model of learning where you learn 30, 40, 50, 60% online and the remaining time in person. And you got the best of both worlds. And the best of online and in person is simply far better than purely in person or purely online in terms of any metric you can think of. Learner engagement, access, equity, name it, you got it. But the sad part is that the pandemic is waned, and so has digital learning. And to me, that has been, I think, society's biggest lost moment.
Gosh, right. So When you talk about the blend of learning, what do you think is the piece that teachers provide and that online learning provides? How do they meld?
So I've been teaching at MIT for 35 years. And I suspect that 90% of the time I do stuff that computation or machines or AI could legitimately do a better job than I can. There are several teachers here, and I suspect you'll feel the same. But there are certain things that I do that I think humans can do well. So for instance, instead of giving lectures to large numbers of students, simply have them watch short videos online. It's much better. They can personalize it, they can speed it up, slow it down. It's much more personal. Grading. We can grade personally for students well before AI. And now with AI, we can even grade essays and provide deep feedback and all of this stuff. Much better than a human can. And one of the worst things that teachers, we all hate having those grading parties where we spend all day grading with pizzas. So all of those things can be automated. The part that we can do uniquely well as human beings is motivating students, spending time with students, looking them in the eye and tell them they matter, and talking to them, creating small groups, walking around them, inspiring them. That's the part that teachers can do well. Encouraging creativity, giving them, thinking of new creative design problems. These are things that teachers can do well. 80, 90% of what they do, let's relegate that to digital learning and AI.
Thank you. I'd like to get a couple of views on that. Lynn, you're at Boston College. Boston College has an awful lot of online courses and modular courses. Would you agree with what Anna just said?
Unfortunately, I think I would. And I think part of the reason why the pandemic waned and we sort of went back to business as usual is in some ways we never left business as usual, even during the pandemic. So the conversation here has been about digital learning, but I think it's really been more about digital schooling. We just sort of transferred everything that we do under normal circumstances into an online environment. But we didn't change the pedagogy. We didn't do more engaging things. In fact, I remember speaking to a principal. I was dean of the Faculty of Education at the University of Hong Kong, and so obviously was in conversation with school people all the time. And I remember during the pandemic, a principal saying to me with great pride that he had finally gotten to the point where he had replicated exactly the number of hours, the content, what teachers were doing online. And he's actually a pretty wonderful principal who does pretty wonderful things in his school. So it was a bit surprising to hear this, but this notion of simply moving it became sort of a geographic thing as opposed to a conceptual thing. So I think we have a long way to go before we get to this idea of deep learning and moving away from the familiar and the fact that we still continue to define teaching as someone standing up and telling other people something.
Thank you. And Liz, from the perspective of high schools?
Yes, and I would like to add to that, I think we miss that in order for learning to happen, in order for let's take digital learning, and kids are learning at home, we have to partner with parents and we have to partner with the students and the environment within which the children live. Because without that, we can have this philosophical debate of all these great things that the digital platforms can do, but we have to factor in it's not just the digital screen and the child, it is whether that child has someone at home that is able to support them, let's say that even if they had the device to work with, and also what kind of background the parents come with, whether they have the time or they are working and therefore they can't be with them. I think there has to be greater conversations about how to make learning happen. It doesn't just happen because we take certain lectures and put it online and therefore now you have access to that, now let's do something else. There are many children that can't possibly do something else because a school was a safe haven for them. It took them from a place where it's not so good for them and it gave them a place to be. The pandemic taught us that when that happened, a lot of sad things has happened. And I think we have to build a partnership and education for everybody on how to rear children and support them in the best way. Parents didn't know what to do with this. Teachers didn't know what to do with this. And we were throwing teachers into it and say, figure it out. And if you can replicate what we've been doing in school, that must be right. But out of that, I think we need to realize that it's not. We have to rethink all of that and build a partnership with the community.
Michael, do you want to comment on this?
So I personally made a very early online class, 2003. It consisted of 600 two-minute animations that I made with PowerPoint. I actually called them talklets, and I think I was the first person to use that term. It was a huge amount of work. I think each hour of talklet was at least 10 or 20 hours of my time. Having made it, I then gave it at Stanford instead of giving a life course for about 10 years, and I found that I actually got much better feedback from the video classes, from the interactive talklet classes, than from online classes. But it is very, very difficult to make good online contact, and I think that the AI tools can really help improve content. It is a hard problem. I'm not surprised that it isn't like. I also totally agree. During the pandemic, I was actually working very, very hard on COVID, as Adam and others know, and I had collaborators, and what I really lacked was standing around a whiteboard. And I kept on trying to use digital whiteboards, and then suddenly the time lag. If you have a collaborator in California, Europe, and China, it's impossible to find a time zone overlap. So there are really fundamental problems of this sort of global collaboration. But I think that the real answer is a mixture. And we use online for what online is good for. I also believe that people need to learn from anything. People need to be able to learn from any material, because we're going to have to learn all our lives. Things are changing so dramatically, we should never stop learning. So we should actually learn how to learn from anything. And that's a hard lesson. It basically involves not being fooled. We should not be fooled by fake news. And that's going to be an important exercise. So I think if there was a class in how not to be fooled by fake news and how to ask the right questions, that's the kind of skills we need.
Indeed. We at Nobel Prize Outreach are trying to collaborate, are in the process of collaborating on a project to have courses in critical thinking, which address this, and of course many other people are doing similar things around the world. We entirely agree on the importance of this. Jaebong, please.
I actually wrote a book named Homo sapiens. As Homo means phone in Latin, and sapiens is Homo sapiens. You know what I mean? People change it from Homo sapiens to Phono sapiens. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So we are Homo sapiens, right? But students, I thought I watched young students, they use YouTube to learn a lot of times. And they know that old people are not that smarter than like AI or YouTube or many very outstanding contents in the YouTube. They realized that from here in Korea, they could watch and learn like Stanford University professor lectures and MIT lectures anytime, anywhere. So they believe that this is a good way to learn. And they changed the attitude, and they met pandemic. Even that case, junior school, high school teachers, they quit, and they linked in Korea, like some online lectures. So they couldn't meet teachers in school, and parents were not helpful in that case. So they learned it from the online contents, and think about it, and they know that if I want to become successful, I have to learn a lot. So they start to depend on online environment more and more. People are evolving, right?
Yeah.
So they have different window from us. So I think because the education is for them, so we have to see from their window what's going to happen to next 10 years, 5 years, not to came back to old days. So that's what I think we have to do first.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, because listening, I mean, I was wondering how much we have to avoid being top down here, and that there is a new generation who are so savvy with these tools. And certainly the young people I talk to seem to think that they know how to educate themselves. They may not do so, but there's a certain confidence about that. Does that, Lynn, does that worry you, Liz?
I think to say that our students are naturally better at certain digital tools, I think is a bit dangerous. I don't think so. I think they're born into it. I think it exists. And especially if we use a term like digital natives, I think it's a misnomer. I think if we are natives of any nation, you would teach them the laws and what to do and what not to do. But I think when the children have this access that are given to them for adults to assume they know what to do with and they're really talented, what we see in the schools is that they might know certain things, but they definitely need someone with some wisdom to have conversations with them and facilitate what it is that they're doing with what is in their hands. I think to assume they know so much better than us, yes, with some things, but we need that conversation of what to do with what is in their hands. And I think that's the learning that needs to take place. And that conversation needs to be, so that leads into my argument that teachers are incredibly important. And teachers need to listen to their students and sit next to them. And that's what assessment means, not just give them a piece of paper and test, but sit next to them and see what they know, see what they can learn. And I don't mean just the student from the adult, I mean the adult from the student as well. And put them together, and that should be what learning looks like. And I think it's a very dangerous thing to assume that our students know what to do in the digital age, because what I've seen, they actually don't know that.
Okay, thank you. I'd like comments on that, please. Anand?
Yeah, I think, we need to get some disagreement on the panel, so I'll respectfully disagree.
I like that.
I think in most schools and colleges, it's us older people, older professors, that are creating how students should learn. I'll tell you a story. At MIT, I wanted to do an experiment. This was 6 or 7 years ago, where I said, right, a lot of my colleagues argued, online learning is no good, it's got to be in person, I have to be there, the sage on stage, I'm the person to teach. And then I said, right, how about we do an A/B test, where half the class takes an online class, half the students take your in-person class, and then we give them a common exam, and we measure things like satisfaction, stress. And first of all, the shocking part was one of my colleagues said, wait, if I don't teach, if it's digital, if I don't lecture, then what do I do? And I had to explain to them that lecturing is only one small facet of teaching. But we did this test, and what we found was that students absolutely loved the digital model. Now, these were on-campus matriculated students studying, paying tuition at MIT. Exam scores were similar on the purely digital or online. The stress levels of the students during the online class was a whole standard deviation lower. And the reasons they gave were that we could do things that flexibility. You can watch the videos whenever you want. The most common video watching time, midnight to 2 a.m. Why do we drag them to class at 8 o'clock in the morning? So students in Seoul, how many of you enjoy being dragged to class at 8 o'clock in the morning? Raise your hand. Not a single hand has gone up. I think the key here is that we need to listen to the students. They all are digital natives. They really enjoy pacing themselves. Most people watch my videos from MIT online at 2x the speed, and they mute the professor and they read the transcript. The professors don't like being muted, but the students want to mute the professor, speed the video up, and read the transcript. So I think we need to be listening to people. I think it's more flexible. Grading, they want multiple tries. And so this way they can try and answer multiple times to get the answer. So all of these things lead to lower stress.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Anyone want to make a burning comment? Michael?
So I strongly agree with Adam's conjecture. I think students really do know how to learn. And I have a lot of grandchildren, so I can relate to their experiences. And it seems that online learning is quite amazing. The other thing to point out is that very, very soon, all language barriers will go away, really soon. Within probably 2 or 3 years, it doesn't matter what language it's in, it'll be translated to your own language. So this is something which AI will definitely be doing. I think that we always tend to think that the young generation doesn't know things, but the young generation so far has always been smarter than their parents. And I think the young generation that grows up with large language models will be a lot smarter than their parents. So I think that kids can really play a very important role in their own education. It'll happen anyway. I mean, and it may be through TikTok. It may be through media that we don't spend time on. I think it really is a rapidly changing world, and I think any assumption that we think we know what we're doing is probably a mistake.
Okay, thank you. Now, I think we might have a potential argument breaking out in the panel here, which is good, or at least a disagreement. What I'd like to do is for us to talk about this quietly on the panel for a couple of minutes, and I'd like you, perhaps, to talk to each other. Now, so we're just going to raise the lights for 2 minutes, and if you want to, you could turn to your neighbor and tell them your best or worst experience of online learning so far. In the context of the discussion we're having, it would be very nice to share with you. The dialogue is all about talking to each other, so now's your chance. So we'll give you 2 minutes to do it. That's 1 minute to talk to your neighbor and 1 minute for your neighbor to talk to you. If you don't want to do it, it's fine. It's 2 minutes to check your phone. Feel free. But anyway, lights go up, microphones go down on here. See you in 2 minutes' time. Please, talk to each other. So, there's a
Good to hear conversations happening right
Yeah.
now.
Are we back? Yes.
People like talking.
Yeah.
Thank you. It was lovely to hear the bubble of your conversations. And please do continue over coffee when we have the coffee break. Thank you. in those 2 minutes, we reach consensus on the panel. Liz can sum it up quickly.
I
Very
think the consensus was that it's not necessarily a disagreement we're having. We actually agree on the topics that were said, that we have come to the agreement that we're talking about two different things, right? So everything that Anand and Michael said in the way that, students learn, our whole point was that with all the access that they have, we have to be able to talk about it together and coach each other, the young and the old, and figure out what it is that we're trying to learn. And with the devices in hand, we got into a bigger topic even about who's creating that curriculum. That should be where that conversation continues, right? What are we getting our students to learn and why is that important? And when we test them to see what they know, what are we testing? And what are we saying is important information for you to actually take away? So I think we're talking about two different things. Within technology, there are a lot of apps, a lot of different ways that we can kind of continue to spread that conversation. But yes, in essence, right, it wasn't necessarily a disagreement on online learning.
Thanks. Thanks very much indeed. Jae-bong, you were talking, we were chatting earlier about this young generation of super entrepreneurs and CEOs and how they network. Can you just talk about that as we lead into the conversation on AI, which we have a short time?
Actually, the students, they need a role model. I want to become that kind of guy, right? And the most famous guy in the United States is, definitely Elon Musk. The second Elon Musk is, his name is Austin Russell. He was born in 1995. So he's 28 years old. He founded the company at the age of 17 in high school. And he was very much interested in science and technology, coding, etc. And he founded the company in his dad's garage. So the name of garage was Applied Science and Technology Lab. So his brother coached him a lot. And he learned a lot from the digital environment. He attended the course from MIT, Stanford, California, everywhere. And he founded it, and he went to Stanford University, and he stayed in there for 3 months and quit it because the investor wants him to quit and focus on the company. So now he's a billionaire. He became the billionaire at the age of 24. And what he made was LiDAR, which catches the autonomous car that it detects the human or whatever
Machine learning,
using radar. That's very, very difficult product, but he made it, and that's the company name is Luminar.
Yeah.
Even he actually got the Forbes, the magazine,
But the example is that these are examples of people who are making their own networks, moving very fast, kind of cutting through all the rules that most people live by, and are somehow advancing things very fast. Why are these people role models? I suppose is the question. Very briefly.
Because students don't take a look at any TV or newspaper, right? Teenagers. But in the community, wow, this guy is famous. This guy is famous. And then, only 10 years older, his brother, right? Feeling like a brother and looking young. And even he made the multi-million donations to society already. So, wow, this guy's good. And what I'm saying is they like a BTS, Blackpink, and Austin Russell as well, right? And he only took 1 year university education, right? And 3 months education. So they thought, how they become so smart? It's not schooling, right? It's from everywhere. So what I'm saying is, as Anand said, it's not, school, go to school and give them, laptop and do something. It's not working. Yeah, we have to make education contents to adapt them in their viewpoint and introduce some people like that. Like science and technology, there are so many students who want to be an academic star like Austin Russell. He's an entrepreneur, but I want to be like a Nobel Prize professor or researcher someday. And what's contents for them?
Okay.
Where are they? That's what I want to say. So we have to do some, develop some good educational contents for them.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So Michael, as one of the role models just mentioned.
So we don't have a lot of time left. I just wanted to say that we now have all heard about these large language models that have learned so much.
Yeah.
And I actually think if we look at how they learn as a machine, we might be able to understand better about how we should learn as humans. And one of the main mechanisms behind these large language models is something called generative adversarial network, GAN. But in fact, a much simpler term is fake it till you make it. So essentially you have two students. Let's imagine Adam and I are both totally ignorant of Korean. But we're shown some Korean, and Adam is trying to fake it by giving me sentences in Korean to try to get past me, a bit like a game. And I'm trying to say, no, that isn't real Korean, this is real Korean. And if we do this, and when I get it right, I get a point, and when he gets it, he manages to fool me, he gets a point. This method is incredibly powerful. It is how computers draw art, it is how computers fold proteins, it is how computers translate languages, it's how computers do almost everything that they do. The advantage is that there's a symmetry. It's not like I'm really scared of Adam because he's the teacher or he's the faker. It's a game, and we both learn together. And I think that this could be really used very much in education. I think it's a big way from here. The teachers in these large language models that are also human beings who give them scoring for once they've learned, score them for the quality of the answers, how good they are, generalization, and things like that. But I think it seems to be an amazingly good way to learn something where you try to fake it and somebody tries to stop you faking it. The discriminator stops me faking, I'm the generator. So this model is really worth learning about. I think teachers should be studying it, because I do think it has been amazingly successful at teaching, if you like, a really stupid block of metal to become as smart as a human being.
I think in this relationship, Michael, I think it's clear that you're the teacher and I'm the faker, but we'll move.
We switch roles, Adam.
Lynn, you've been quiet for a while. Do you want to comment on this?
Well, there's just so many things going on in this conversation. And I'm fascinated by this GAN. And I'm interested in asking Michael, so if you try to insert that into teacher preparation, what would that look like?
I think I would, as a teacher, firstly play with it. I think I've met a lot of teachers who ask me about, say, ChatGPT. And I would say you should be spending 2 hours a day on ChatGPT, just asking it stupid questions, asking how you can fix the fight with your kids or anything, because it just is an amazing experience. And like anything smart, you have to spend time on it. I think a lot of the questions, my answer has to be, I don't know. But I think we are all going to become much smarter in the next few years, and we have answers to these questions. But I do think my wife actually spent 30 years teaching education at the University of Tel Aviv, and she was telling me that self-analysis is really important. You shouldn't write an essay. You should write a diary about how you write an essay, and then this is what you look at. You shouldn't read. You should actually write a diary about how you read and how you're distracted. So I think more self-observation is very important. But I think teachers can be really important in giving these perspectives, these vistas. I mean, one trouble with the internet is there's everything out there. Where do you start? And I think, putting students in the right direction could be very, very powerful. And I think letting them, do the hard work for you. Let them grade each other. I think that you need to be a supervisor whereas a lot of teaching, and often people say, I learn most, often lecturers who make a new class say, I learned most from preparing the course. Because you do learn a huge amount from trying to teach. But that should be used at the level of the students as well.
On that 2 hours on ChatGPT, it would be interesting to know who in the audience, hands up, spends 2 hours a day on ChatGPT. I suppose some of the students know their teachers are in the room, so they may be a bit shy about this, but nobody. 1 hour on ChatGPT a day. We're beginning. Half an hour? People who look at ChatGPT sometimes.
Wow.
It's, I'd say it's still the minority.
It's not enough.
It's growing up. No, not enough.
Yep. You know, as I said, Adam, last night, we all have to learn to love ChatGPT. Not to be frightened, because the fact remains that a person with ChatGPT is 50% smarter. Become that way.
In Seonggyun University, you have a very difficult time to pronounce that. We had a survey after first semester, and then asked them, did you use ChatGPT during one semester? And they said 96% said yes. Yeah, and then was it helpful? 87% said it was very helpful. So I think Michael is correct.
There's a lot of fear. There's a lot of fear among teachers that ChatGPT and technologies like that simply provide an answer. Students can go to it like a web search, type a question, they get an answer, and that will completely kill teaching and learning. The trick here is that you can work, as a teacher, you can work with ChatGPT in a way that ChatGPT does not give an automatic answer. This kind of engineering is a new form of engineering called prompt engineering, and this is becoming extremely popular. Everybody should learn about it. So everybody should take a course on prompt engineering. And what we've done at edX, for example, is as part of our courses, we've introduced a teaching assistant based on ChatGPT. And we've been able to train AI to not give answers. So when students ask a question of AI, AI does not answer the question. AI behaves like a great teacher. What does a great teacher do? If I ask a great teacher, how do you add 4 plus 4? The teacher might say, do you know, what do you know how to add? And the teacher might come back with the Socratic question and teach by asking questions. That's a Socratic method and goes back to your adversarial networks. So what we've done is you can train ChatGPT and AI to teach by asking questions. And so this way, students can actually learn better. So I would encourage all teachers here to actually try those techniques. And you can actually train ChatGPT to actually help students like a great teacher would, and not just regurgitate answers.
Thank you. Well, brilliantly, you finished things off at the end of our time by bringing things back to the importance of teachers, whether they're generative or actual. So thank you very much to all of you for this discussion and to the audience for participating. And now we're done. We should get up and let them clear the stage.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
After lunch, there is a slight danger of feeling a little bit sleepy, and so we need something to get us going. And what better than a K-pop dance performance by the group Rubin, which will shortly follow as soon as the stage is cleared. So enjoy. people. Where's Joy? Where's Ryan? Where's Ryan? Oh, there we go. Yeah? I think the dancers were faster than was expected. So we're lacking panelists. I am not going to do a dance. I'm waiting for our next moderator, who is Ryan Serian Song from Kyung-hee University. Ryan, join me.
Hello.
Hi, Ryan. Nice to see you. So you're going to moderate this next discussion on the balance between fundamental and applied knowledge, which is fascinating. Oh, and your panelists are appearing. Please, take a seat. Yeah, join us, please.
Great.
So you stay here. Kostya Novoselov, you know. Sejong Oh, former president of the Seoul National University, I'm delighted to welcome. Hartmut Mikkel, 1988 Nobel laureate in chemistry. And Young-hae No from DGIST. I'm very pleased to see you all here. So please take seats, and please do sit down. Thank you very much indeed. Just before we start, Ryan, I know that you have a great interest in human rights, and particularly human rights in the context of digital technologies.
Right.
And you just heard, you may have been completely distracted by the K-pop. I've forgotten what you heard before that. But if you can remember what you heard before the K-pop, you just heard this discussion on digital technologies and AI. And I wondered whether you just had a quick comment about the human rights and in the context of that.
Right. And not only the previous session, but throughout the whole program, I've been thinking about what the responsibility that scientists and engineers have, and using the technologies, but also applying that to education as well. I think that there is a very big human rights component in terms of right to educate, and that education leads to economic development and also all sorts of different things that the humans need at this point. So I think that this session is very significant in that the technology and education taken together will generate those environments. I'm also struck by kind of thought that kind of gave it to me, that the AI and the technology is very adaptable and make it a personalized, a machine for, a learning machine for students. Not only those students who are advancing, or for those students that are kind of falling behind. I think that the machine and the AI can kind of adapt to those different speeds so that their learning could be very much a kind of a human effort. I think that throughout it all, but I think that the message is also very clear that as teachers and as educators, we need the personal touch, empathy, and personal relationships that go together that cannot be replaced by the machines.
Thank you very much.
But
indeed.
I got to confess, half of the stuff I said is from ChatGPT, including the emphasis on human touch. So
but
that's where it is.
But I suppose what we've just heard in the session previous was that that's absolutely fine. That we, if we follow Michael Levitt's advice, we should learn to love it and embrace it,
right,
and use it. So you're on the right path, behaving like a youngster, I would say. So please,
okay,
your session begins.
Thank you for joining us. Well, this session is about the auspicious title, has the auspicious title of balance between fundamental and applied knowledge. I mean, I want to take a poll, actually, if I may. Here, we got students, educators, and parents as well. Raise your hand. I'm going to ask 2 questions. Raise your hand, first of all, if you are or plan to be in the science field. But not just the science field, but pure science. Pure science as in fundamental science, basic science. Okay, all right. The second, those who want to be in applied side, engineering. All right, thank you. It seems like we have a balance. I see it about half and half. Well, let me start with you, Professor Michel. This right balance, I mean, how do you take it in terms of whether do we need the right balance or not? What does it mean to have a right balance? We got half and half. It seems like they want to do what they want to do, what they're passionate about, but does it have a significance to have a right balance?
I don't think you can talk about the right balance. But at first I would like to say that I don't really see where the boundary between basic science and applied science is. For instance, it's very clear that if I watch, say, whether there are exoplanets on different suns, different solar systems, this is clearly, in my opinion, basic science. If I want to explore what kind of organisms live in the ocean 6 kilometers below the surface, it's also basic science. If I go to biomedicine, the border becomes already no longer visible because we try to explore to find out how many proteins the human body has, actually what is their disease relation. If I find out the disease relation, I'm already touching the applied science. Because if I know the disease relation of a protein, I can cure diseases which are caused by a misfunction, malfunction of that protein. So I don't really see where the difference is. I'm primarily a basic scientist, but I always look, can I apply somehow this knowledge which I create to the benefit of mankind?
Especially, Professor Michel, your study on the research on photosynthesis, it has a lot of implication on the renewable energy generation, so it seems like there is a very close connection to it.
I clearly agree. Photosynthesis overall is a process of very low efficiency. So only about 1% of the sun's energy is actually stored in the biomass. And of course, we then have to study in basic science what are the limitations, and it's pretty clear what the limitations are. We know that we have photo damage, in particular in the so-called light reactions. We know that the mechanism of fixing carbon dioxide to create sugars made in the so-called Kelvin cycle is a very inefficient process. So if we know that, we can try to improve these bottlenecks and transfer this knowledge into the plant system. For instance, in the so-called light reaction, you get in photosystem 2, you reduce compounds called quinones, and if there is too much light, then there is no longer quinone available to be reduced. And the excess energy then causes the photosystem to be destroyed, to be damaged. And now, what turned out now, if we now find mechanisms to increase the quinone concentrations, we can reduce this photo damage. It's clearly already an application. Another point concerns the carbon dioxide fixing mechanism. It is clear that sugar ribulose 1,5-biphosphate is a limiting factor, in particular also the enzyme which uses the compound in order to put carbon dioxide into it. So we can do that. And so far it's clear that we can increase the yield in model plants like Arabidopsis or tobacco by maybe 70% by increasing the concentration of the quinone around the photosystem 2, and by improving the Kelvin cycle by 60-70% each. And these improvements are not additive. And if we can confer this from the model plants to wheat and rice and corn,
Right.
We might be
now
able
you might
to,
be going into deep.
yeah, because we can improve the yield of the crop yield by a factor of 2.
Right.
And this will be a huge effect. 2 effects. We feed the world's population, the increasing number of people still on the planet. And on the other hand, due to the increase of photosynthetic yield, we reduce carbon dioxide concentration in the atmosphere and we fight global warming. So it's a direct application of our basic knowledge.
Right, there's a close relationship there. Professor No, how would you react to, I think you said, there's no balance. I mean, those two are artificial dichotomy maybe created by the department, the universities. How would you react to that?
I think in terms of that dichotomy, maybe it's not possible to make a very strict dichotomy because it's rather related. And like he said, I mean, scientists who are doing pure science always think about its application to the humankind. So in that sense, it's connected. But when you did the rough poll, that it says roughly half and half, but I think in actual world, like in Korea, there's more engineering departments and engineering majoring students than pure science departments and students. So that's the reality. Then what's the right balance? I think it depends on, different countries and the stages of its development of the country. So it can be very, very different. But there could be some desired proportion that we hope, But
right.
it may be different from the reality.
Professor O, you're the inaugural is it director?
Right.
So you might be biased again in favor of the basic science, but especially in Korea's case, historically, government focused intentionally on the applied science. So the right balance question, how would you react?
Well, actually, you can think of this as, I think, on 3 different levels. And the first, the individual scientist level. If you're a mathematician or a theoretical physicist working on cosmology, you should work on fundamental knowledge. But if you're an shipbuilding engineer working in an industry, he should pursue the applied knowledge. So depending on the field of study, in individual, it will vary quite a lot. But if you go to the institutional level, the character of institution also will decide how much emphasis we put on this fundamental or how much on applied science. If you look at, you take an example of Germany, if the institution belongs to Max Planck Gesellschaft, they will be mostly interested in fundamental knowledge, although they will be interested in the long-term applied science. If the institution is belong to Fraunhofer Gesellschaft, the institution will focus on applied knowledge. I think the most meaningful question is, as Professor Rowe mentioned, that what about the country level? How much investment we should put on the fundamental science or applied technology? I think it depends on the country and also depends on the stage of economic development. When you are in the developing country where you need industrialization urgently, you should put more emphasis on applied technology. That's what we did in Korea. But if you are more advanced, and then if you become a responsible member of this advanced country, we should think about contributing to the human knowledge of a human being. So we should focus. We can study more on the origin of universe, origin of life, and things like that. So I think Korea is developing in that level that at the beginning, when the Korea Institute of Science and Technology was founded in 1966, actually you might know that this was helped by the United States. And the suggestion at the moment from the United States was that it should be modeled after Bel Air.
But Korean government and Choi Hyung-suk, who was the founding president, said, no. We need more industrial technology more urgently now. So they chose Battelle Memorial Institute model. So they contract research with the industry and they develop the industrial technology. But Choi Hyung-suk, who was the founding president, said in his memoir that if the country has more wealth and developed, we should establish an institution like a Bell Lab. I think that's what IBS is like.
I see.
So it depends on the stage of development, I think.
Let me bring in Professor Novosela. Your the alma mater is in Russia, Moscow, and then you did some work in Netherlands as well, and then University of Manchester. So you've seen the range of different government intentions, maybe, and their environments. How would you react to the question of the right balance between the fundamental and applied sciences?
Well, first of all, let me say that I'm really impressed with this panel, including myself. We're so self-confident and seriously discussing the balance between the applied and the fundamental science, like we can control it. Can we? Like what? Next panel is going to be how many discoveries do we need to make for the next 5-year plan, or what? So I don't think that you can do anything about this balance. It just exists. Of course, on a short-term period, you can probably and then you can put grants in China that everyone studies photovoltaics, or in Australia, so you can push a certain direction. But then globally, I really don't know why, but science got these global characteristics that it can self-correct its own mistake. It has, and it also this. I think it's a global characteristic of science that it maintains the right balance between the fundamental and applied, at least on the long-term run. So if discoveries are meant to be done, they're going to be done, and I don't think you can prevent or actually much accelerate those. But on the short term, I completely agree. You can push certain directions, and indeed, so you can. So that happened in many countries, and including Korea, or so I'm in Singapore now. In UK there were so some fields were completely killed. Some fields were promoted. But again, on the long term, I think it just maintains the balance by itself.
Professor No, though, I think you mentioned somewhere that the basic science is, in terms of funding, driven in big degree by the government funding. Correct. So if the government allocates a lot of budgets, then it will be more of a stimulus to basic science. And on the other side would be also true. So in terms of that, so the government probably has some direction in mind.
Right. Like Konstantin has said, that there's nothing, it seems there's nothing much that scientists or science aspiring students can do to get the right balance. But I think for governments, I mean, it's easier to persuade that general public or the policymakers or decision makers to support applied science for a shorter period of economic return. So it's easier to support that because the government wants a big growth, right? Economic growth. But companies do spend lots of money to research and development as well to develop their products. So it's the responsibility, I think, of the government to get the right balance to support basic fundamental science so that it can be transferred in the long term to companies and to other front lines of developing products. So I think it's the role of government to support a long-term investment to the very difficult task of supporting without getting an immediate economic return. I think that's the role of government.
I see.
Yeah.
I think what one should do is one should give autonomy to the scientists. So the government should not interfere too much, because the government cannot decide what important discoveries are to be made or not to be made. One example which comes to my mind is an example from basic biology. Basic bacteriology is the discovery of the CRISPR-Cas9 system, which is used by bacteria to fight infection by viruses. And now this discovery is used to correct genetic diseases in humans and to improve plants. And a number of companies have been founded. We have already $1 billion value on the stock market. And there's a clear example where that unexpected discovery, which cannot be predicted, have tremendous consequences for all of us.
Right. Right. Penicillin is another example. Internet is another example.
Right. Like he mentioned, in CRISPR-Cas system, the so-called genetic scissor system for gene editing could not be possible if the governmental support of the useless research on bacterial repetitive sequences and how that works and how that is needed to combat a virus attack. I mean, apparently that look useless to make any money. But from that basic knowledge came that CRISPR-Cas gene editing system, which is, I think it revolutionized not only biological researches, but also applied to all different fields, right? Yeah.
Right, there are examples plenty. I mean, transistors, again.
Sure.
But isn't it true, though, it might be a sensitive subject, but maybe Professor Novoselov, there are a little bit of tension between the applied community and the basic science communities. And there has been, I don't know, I wouldn't say even bickering, but it seems like there is a different orientations and motivations in going into those fields. But they do have to work together as a normative statement. What do you think would be a good policy?
Well, it was already mentioned several times here that the big problem here is where do you put the boundary, and this boundary is, first of all, is very difficult to put, and it is very, very blurred. And for me, I would say that there is certain fundamental knowledge which cannot be patented, or which cannot be just put into personal use. You cannot imagine Maxwell equations or Schrödinger equation to be patented, so then no one else is using it, right? So certain knowledge have to be and to be distributed, and I think it's really one of the fundamental rights for people that to know, so that any discovery of this level should be given to humanity. It should be one of those fundamental rights, like the right to live, the right to believe, and the right to eat, and so on. But indeed, there is a question where what's the relation between the applied and the fundamental, and I mean, tensions, I'm not sure. Of course, there are. Each scientist believes that his field is the best, and his discoveries are the most.
Right.
There is no scientist who would say, "Oh no, so his science is much better." No, it doesn't happen this way. But maybe what is ugly, what I personally dislike when this the privatization of knowledge impedes the further progress. And it doesn't happen that often, but we do know those examples. And then a lot of money needs to be spent on pushing those boundaries and allowing this progress to happen. So that's probably more dangerous, at least in a short-term run.
Right. Professor O, I think that there is a little bit of consensus that the artificial kind of distinction between these are not really significant. But nonetheless, universities have different departments and they have some tensions. In terms of innovating or stimulating the collaborations and getting rid of meaningless distinctions, has there been any attempt to make it a kind of a task of the university to make it so?
Sure. I mean, I think in Korea, universities try to break down the barriers between disciplines and departments. The reason is that you all know that the world is changing very fast and the technology is changing very fast. So if you learn the really current top of the world technology today, in 5 years from now, it's not really top technology. Mm-hmm. So we talked about research here, mostly research, but we should think about education differently. That the students, the university students in the university, well, should they learn applied technology or basic fundamental technology, fundamental knowledge? I think it should be, my personal view is about 8 to 2, favoring fundamental knowledge. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, even you are working in the semiconductor industry, maybe second law of thermodynamics is more important than the current technology 10 years from now, even if you are working in the industry. So, because it's changing and you have to adapt to new knowledge. So in the university and education level, you should focus more, even in engineering department, on fundamental knowledge. And I think one effect of government supporting basic science is the manpower training for the future. So basic science fundamental science is smoothly done in universities, and that helps to train future manpower. So we should think about that as well.
I see. Okay. We got about 2 minutes left, but the last question I want to give each of you is, what kind of advice would you give to the students who are looking at this field and I need to decide whether to go one way or the other? I mean, if there are not much distinctions, what would be a criteria you would suggest that they make decision on?
Okay, my suggestion would be that the student should choose what he likes most, what he's most interested in. But this, I think, is the best reason for success.
Mm-hmm. So follow your passion?
Follow your passion.
Right.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was relieved when Dr. Ki-nam Kim from Samsung Electronics says that university education is still very needed. I was relieved. And I think in the university, I think students can just explore new areas and from what they've learned until high school, middle school, high school. So I think they can be open to any opportunities. So I hope students to have a very open-minded and to change whatever they've been thinking so far, to change after they go to university, if chances permit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Professor O?
As I mentioned, that in universities, students should try to learn more about fundamental knowledge rather than current applied technology. For example, if you look at AI is very popular now, but the real breakthrough always comes from mathematics. So you should, even if you are working, majoring in studying in AI, you should not forget mathematics in universities.
No, Professor Novus, you have the last word.
Right, yeah, I would echo Michael here. So the message to the students would be: don't listen to the panel. Don't just follow exactly your heart, and just do what you like. So just it's the worst possible thing you can do is to jump on the bandwagon or to do something which is fashionable at the moment. So follow your heart and don't be afraid to change subject from time to time to really figure out what you want. Science is huge, and there are discoveries to be made in all possible areas.
Great. I think that the best advice is that sometimes you have to ignore what old people say. But the prevailing theme is that follow your passion. I think that's a success ingredient for everybody. Join me in congratulating and also thanking the panel members. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you all very much. And yeah, ignore what you like, but don't ignore the fact that you need to be back here at 3:10 after the coffee break. See you then. welcome back. It's lovely to see you again. So for the rest of the afternoon, we're going to concentrate on the future of science and technology. We're going to have a number of panels, and we're going to begin with a panel on teaching scientific creativity. That will be moderated by Kyung-ryul Park from KAIST. Two of the panelists you already know, Sejong Oh and Moon-jung Park. And then there will be two new panelists. One is Banu Jaina from Wayne State University, who's very kindly visiting. And the other is Joachim Frank, who is the 2017 Nobel laureate in chemistry, so our 5th Nobel laureate. Please, Kyung, take a seat. Now, one thing, it's alphabetical seating order, so if you can work that out.
So maybe Joachim and Banu and person O.
So one thing that you might not know about Joachim Frank is, apart from his creativity in scientific fields, he's also a photographer and a creative writer. And he puts, I think it's true to say, as much effort into creative writing, into writing literary fiction, as he does into his science. And if you want to take a look, you can look it up on franksfiction.com, and it's Franks with an X, franksfiction.com. Over to you, Kyung.
Thank you very much, Adam. Hi, everyone, and thank you very much for order. 반갑습니다. It's a great pleasure to welcome you all to this wonderful session titled Teaching Scientific Creativity. My name is Park Kyung-ryul. I'm a faculty member of KAIST. In this session, we particularly focus on creativity, 창의력, and how to teach scientific creativity. So it seems we have a lot of students, young students here today. So I'd like to ask, can creativity taught in school? How do you think? Or is creativity cultivated through a very rigorous training like South Korean students here? Or is it just coming from exploration or embracing mistakes, any type of trials, errors? So in order to explore these very fundamental questions, I'm really excited to introduce our wonderful group of distinguished speakers, actually, who need very little introduction today. So let me start with the Nobel laureate, Joachim. And how do you define scientific creativity, and how would you teach it?
Yeah, when you posed the question to me on email, I immediately thought about a book that was recently published by a Columbia professor, a woman named Sheena, and I can't remember her last name. And it was about Think Bigger. And in it, she addresses the question of what is innovation, how we can define it in all fields, not just in science. But applied to science, I would paraphrase it in the following way. If you have a given problem that you absolutely want to solve, then the first approach is to divide it into sub-problems that individually have to be solved in the course. Then for each sub-problem, you simply look everywhere, not just in science, everywhere for some kind of a similar sub-problem that have been solved already. So the recognition of these analogies is absolutely crucial, which really means that one of the crucial assets of scientists is that to think in metaphors, and so just to carry it to the end. Once you have now the sub-problems already solved in other fields, then you make one big synthesis. But the importance of thinking in metaphors means that, if you look at this entire three-step process, you could think that creativity and innovation can be taught. Because you can simply tell people to look at their problem in the same way. and do and look at this problem in a very wide way and not in a very narrow way. And my own experience in my own field is that this is exactly how I got to the solution of the grand problem.
Right, it's really important to you mentioned about kind of interdisciplinary approach and for the scientific creativity as well. So over to you, Banu. You've been pioneer in the intersection between science and also industrial innovation. So what is your thought on the creativity?
Well, I think you can point it in all these sessions we have been discussing about learning, knowledge. We should not actually mix back and forth knowledge and creativity because there are two different attributes in humans. Knowledge is, we have that, we learn throughout life. Yeah? And I'll give you a good example. Knowledge is, say, for example, you know the alphabet, and then you learn about words and word building. And then throughout life, you develop vocabulary. Some you lose, some you gain over time. Creativity is taking those words and putting them in right context so you can make powerful poetry and prose. That's creativity. And creativity, unlike knowledge, which is a continuous process, develops very early on in life. So you can have even a farmer who was raising sheep in the middle of the desert become a very top-notch mathematician at MIT. And I've discussed this with Dudley Hirschbach so many times for many years. So the idea that we are struggling with is how do we teach students? We teach students to be creative. AI and other elements are just tools that will allow us to get access to factual information. That is not creativity. AI can allow us to get factual information. Therefore, the human touch, the deep knowledge that one would gain, the critical analysis, will lead to creativity, discoveries, and inventions. And so I would say that a creative individual is, as Joachim put it, you can take a complex problem, break it down into its parts, design and develop programs to solve each of those parts to learn the whole, or have very disparate ideas and put them together and make sense out of something that we still don't understand, make understanding possible. So that will lead to innovation and discovery, creativity.
Right, I think you raise a very important questions on how we can actually reconceptualize the creativity in the era of AI, but we'll come back to these very important questions. And President Oh, you have extensive leadership experiences in higher education. And what are the roles of universities in setting up the environment for cultivating creativity?
Right. I think first of all we should consider the question whether creativity can be taught at all. And some people say that might think that the creativity is inherited by genes, not developed by education. For example, if you think of people like Einstein or Steve Jobs with great new ideas, you call them genius with gifted talent, and we might think that there might be something special in their brains. Actually, that's why the brain of Einstein is preserved for a long time.
I would be a little bit demoralized.
They found that there's nothing special about the brain physiologically, but so many people think that the creativity cannot be taught, but it should be inherited by gene. But my personal opinion is that that's not true. Everybody has his own creativity. And for example, some people is really good at soccer or chess, or some people are really good with AI or mathematics. But different people have different creativity, but we can think of an environment, education environment, which the individual can discover their creativity or help him or her reveal the creativity. So I think the question you posed to me was we can rephrase it, saying that how can you provide environment that is very helpful to reveal or discover individuals' creativity. I think there are some rules and ways to do that. I can talk about it later, I think.
Thank you, Franz. Everybody has their own individual creativity. It's a very powerful sentence from President. Oh, so Professor Bang Moon-jung, in this panel, you happen to be the youngest academic. So do you find a lot of differences between your own generation and your students, and how this affect your teaching?
My personal experience when I was student more than 20-something years ago, teaching was more like one-way teaching. Now it's, both we are communicating. I think the next generation teaching, we actually taught by student. We learn, by self. So that's a big difference. So I want to define scientific creativity as you are able to see some phenomena with your own perspective, some different perspective. That is very creative, but more creative ways you try to solve the problem using unconventional method, then you are more creative. So in that case, in many cases, that connected to serendipity observation, that innovate the technology and scientific knowledge. So how to teach? In my personal experience, I always talk to my students in my lab. Most important finding never come from my brain, never came from my idea, because I'm not that smart. And I'm only good at is when I see some most unexpected result, I never dismiss. I put them on my desk. I try to see it every morning, try to understand. So that's my job. But once I meet a good student who never lose their curiosity about sometimes disappointing result, and we can have some synergy. And I think that kind of action also one of the creative thing we can do in academia, we can do in laboratory. And also, I always emphasize, I always encourage my students try to listen some other person's seminar who working on different field. That's the way you can refresh yourself. So, I have to confess myself, in my professional career, most important innovation was actually not from my idea. It's inspired by listening other people's seminar who are in totally different research field. So for example, I'm a chemist, and we developed the so-called ice chemistry to develop better polymer 10 years ago. And that idea actually driven by one small seminar. I was attending seminar by geologist who was explorer of the South Pole. And I was listening his talk, and I got an idea, I can use that for my polymer synthesis. So that becoming very important finding. So, I think scientific creativity drive at the intersection of different discipline, because that's the way connect idea from the diverse field. And that's the way actually we can teach creativity.
Very impressive comments. So back to the bonus, the questions on the how we can actually conceptualize creativity in the era of artificial intelligence, and we also had a very interesting session in this afternoon. So how do you think about human creativity in the era of artificial intelligence, and do you see generative AI getting a Nobel Prize in the near future? Maybe we might just want to have some comments from the audience. Just raise your hand. Do you see that the AI getting a Nobel Prize in a recent future? Yes. Raise your hand. Don't be shy. All right? Never. AI cannot beat human being. Whoa, okay. I was actually expecting like 50-50, but it seems like more than 60 or 70% for no. It's very interesting. How would you respond to this, result? How would you thought
Do I
of it?
respond to the poll?
Yeah, or maybe your own conceptualization.
Well, it really expresses my own feeling. I think AI is vastly overrated, and in terms of being able to emulate human imagination, so I expect AI to be a very useful tool because it can access knowledge in a way that no human can. It can also, solve problems very, very well. But what I brought up before, this thinking in metaphors. Now, these metaphors, these analogies, are really they encompass the vast universe of human knowledge. And they are analogies. They are analogies which are maybe they're ingrained in the language. They are in some kind of historical parallels and so forth. You think about this entire universe of analogies. That's at our fingertips as humans. And I'm really not sure whether this can ever be achieved by AI.
Over to you, Arnold.
Well, I have two comments to make. One is talking about creativity, and first how can it be taught, because panelists explained their perspective. And I would say this: when a child is given a Lego block, and the child is able to put this Lego block together, it is using its intellect and developing it to put the Lego block together the way he or she wants to put it, or even a jigsaw puzzle that they solve, or even a pencil and paper that they draw. So the idea of getting better at teaching creativity is giving the opportunity to that individual at a very early age to explore. And I think that is creativity. And that is important. So as Joachim pointed out, AI is a powerful tool, like any other tool as we develop more. You had computers, so there's an explosion of knowledge or factual information. What is dangerous is if the child is passively learning things and has little time to explore on their own using those tools, then it is detrimental to society. Then you don't have creativity. You have lost creativity. And therefore, the interaction with faculties, student interaction with faculty, direct interaction all the time, if that is lost, then you don't have that didactic teaching experience. I'm talking about the college levels, okay? So AI absolutely is very powerful. It brings us so much knowledge in our fingertips. Physicians don't have to go and find a certain drug for a certain disease. They don't have to memorize that. And our brains have limited capabilities. We forget few things, we learn few things, yeah? But creativity is created very early in life. It is not genetic. It can actually happen to anyone. As I said, it can happen, and depending on the exposure the individual gets. So we should see in a positive light that as human beings, we have many more miles to go before AI takes over. AI is never going to take over human life, and human intellect is the key for human, not only survival, but growth. Yeah.
With that, should you offer everyone coding education? Joachim or Vanu, any thoughts on that? Should you offer everyone coding education in, like, for example, primary education?
Those are important things. They should learn how to code. They should learn how to do this. but they should have their own, in other words, they are being taught the capability to use new technology, but they should not be having technology rule their lives. That's what I meant.
Sure. Yeah, and I think part of your comments also addressed not just AI, but the digital learning process, which is passive learning, which is really learning that doesn't work. You know, so in earlier panel discussions, digital learning was praised, and it was thought that should be encouraged, and I'm very, very skeptical about this.
Sure.
I agree.
President O,
yeah.
right? Yeah.
Well, I don't think AI itself can be creative, but I think it can be a very useful tool for creative thinking. And as Professor Park mentioned, that usually new ideas, very creative ideas, come at the boundary of disciplines and from the diversity, from different point of views on the same subject topic. So, and AI can collect information from vast fields of study and from vast authors. So they can collect all those different views on some topic. Then the humans can look through it and find their own, combine all these things and can come up with great new ideas. So in this sense, AI can be a very useful tool for creativity, and we can actually teach how to be creative using AI to students. But AI itself probably cannot be creative. That's what my feeling is.
Sure. Munjang?
Yeah, same as so. You know, I'm computer dumb, so my answer may be highly biased. But I think AI is a tool to save my time, so I can spend my time on other important things by taking advantage of the AI. But you know, teaching creativity to me, same sentence as cultivating curiosity. AI can cultivate curiosity, particularly in the early childhood. I don't think so. You know, that's mostly between human, you know, by parents, by teacher, communicating, and how we can support their failure, how we can support their risk taking, and that cultivate curiosity. And I don't know how can AI can do this. So I'm very, you know, negative on that aspect. But as a tool for the future our society, it's very useful. You know, again, I'm highly biased, so you know, maybe someone go against on my statement, but I think so. Yeah.
Sure. We're actually getting into the very wonderful discussion, but we are also running out of time. So I'd like to open up the floor for a couple of questions or comments. So if you have a fascinating idea to share or questions, please raise your hand. Sure. Gentleman over here.
Thank you for your great comments. And I have a question to Dr. O. Is the creativity generated by human by the previously learned knowledge? Then if AI generates the new thing from the learned knowledge, is it AI having a creativity?
Well, it's more like who is the intellectual owner of the intellectual property. Well, actually, AI can provide previous knowledge, but I think creativity it actually manifests itself by combining different facts and make new ideas. So I think that can be done only by humans. AI can collect all the information, but from all this information, you can make a leap forward to produce new ideas. That's the creativity, and I think that can be done only by humans at the moment. I'm not sure 10 years from now AI can be very developed and maybe may have the ability to leap forward, but at the moment it's probably difficult to do that.
Banu and Joachim, if you have any thoughts on that, right to.
Well, I think, as we all discussed, I think it is factual information which is knowledge. As we grow as a society, it is exploding in geometric proportion, and it is being caught up by electronics is helping us, and AI and machine learning, these are helping us to some extent, get this information to us. It is also working as an information filter. So, there's so overwhelming amount of information is generated that AI can be used to filter out what you want. As Professor Levitt and others pointed out, you can actually select. But AI is not going to bring to you new discoveries and inventions. It's going to help you. It's a tool. So creativity is going to do that. And therefore, that is lacking in a machine. Human beings, machines cannot replace the human mind.
Yeah, I think the fundamental, human potential for any type of creativity, like art-related creativity. Actually, Joachim, you're also a writer, and also scientific creativity is a kind of a defining characteristic of human beings and our species. So I think that's.
I would like to make a minor point very quickly. In fact, in our schools, creative teaching is more in the arts than in the sciences. Because the art student is able to draw, given a paper to draw, or architectural is able to do this. And science students should get more didactic teaching and more laboratory hands-on experience for a creative type of environment. I just wanted to make that.
Sure. I believe we kind of touched upon very fundamental issues on human creativity this session. So thank you very much for our panelists, and then huge thanks to the audience. Let's have a round of big applause for our panelists. Thank you very much. Thank you. Sure.
Thank you very much indeed. So one of our panelists in our next panel is Michael Levitt, and since he was the person who earlier told us to love GPT, I thought we better get his comments on whether AI is going to be awarded a Nobel Prize at some point. So.
I think one issue with Nobel Prizes are that they usually go to no more than 3 people. And I think it would be quite difficult to find the 3 people. You could say AI is just one person, but actually it's a disembodied figure. So I think Nobel rules seem to be quite strict. And huge organizations that were critical in discovering things often didn't get acknowledged because there were more than 3. So I don't know. The Lasker Prize went to a small subset of AI. You could argue that one of the main objectives of Nobel Prizes is to take people to be role models for other people. And it's not clear that ChatGPT with a Nobel Prize would be any more impressive as a role model. It might be very important for other large language models to look up to.
Yeah, but I wonder whether the committees select Nobel laureates on the basis that they'll make good role models. I don't think that comes into the consideration.
They don't make it into consideration, but many, many laureates feel the obligation.
Oh, yes.
Because they themselves had Nobel laureates as role models. So it's a way of paying it forward. I'm not sure if a machine would feel the same way. And in some ways, one of the important things about a Nobel laureate as a role model is that he dresses in a certain way, he likes sports cars, or he doesn't, he has girlfriends, or he doesn't, boyfriends. And this is what makes them more human. And I think that we really want to encourage more people to become scientists. We don't need to encourage ChatGPT because it's going to happen anyway.
Yeah, it's lovely that you point that out, because I always feel that one of the things that I discover about Nobel laureates is how different you all are. You might look a little similar in that most Nobel laureates, unfortunately, still are older white men, but inside, you're very different people, I think.
But I think any 100. In fact, I worked out how many Nobel laureates are alive today. It's actually a difficult question to find. So I first asked all the chat boxes, and they all got it wrong. The actual number is 280, and maybe one or two less given recent deaths, but that's a small number, including all the prizes. So I think that, it's a representative group. I'm not sure how representative it is, but people are different. If you talk to anybody, you would find they're very, very different.
Yeah, that's true. It's worth exploring everybody. That's absolutely right. Thank you very much indeed, Michael. Right, please take a seat.
Where should I sit?
That's a good question. Let's get everyone else on first. So this is this panel is going to be moderated by Ryan Song, and it's going to feature Anna Dadio and Jung-Hae No, who you've met before, and also a new panelist, Mimi Bong, who is a professor of educational psychology from Korea University. So let's work out the seating. Mimi, I think you're here.
Okay.
Anna. Jung-Hae. And then Mike, you're at the end.
Okay.
Or maybe I got that wrong, but anyway. So Anna mentioned to me at coffee break, it's surprising that nobody has yet talked very much about gender. And now is the chance to talk about gender and all sorts of other diversity. So over to you.
Indeed. This is a session on diversity. The importance of diversity cannot be overstated. It was once said that all evolutions come from diversity. It follows from the all innovations come from diversity. We're not just talking about gender diversity. We could talk about the racial diversity, economic disparities, and all those. But it is true, there has been traditionally underrepresented groups. I don't think this is a session to pat ourselves on how good a job we've done. There are challenges remaining. That's why we are here. So we'll try to talk about how to make it better. But first of all, I'd like to ask Dr. Dadio, from a vantage point of UNESCO, I mean, you might have a broader view, but over the years, how far have we come in terms of getting better diversity, and where are we now?
Thank you. So I think there is no one-fits-all model, and the countries have had a different path towards progress in this area. On average, we may think that latest data suggests that only 1/3 of the graduates of STEM majors were female.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, this is a progress when we started from very low level. But there are huge differences across countries. For instance, you look at countries like Malaysia, where 43% of the graduates are STEM graduates, because there is one thing. We can talk about STEM graduates, and then within the STEM graduates, we can look how many of these graduates are diverse. And as you said, we are not just talking about women, we are talking about other sources of diversity. So even in a country like Malaysia, where you have 43% of graduates in STEM, you know that only 10% are women. So we have gone far. I mean, I would like to put a kind of a word of optimism, because that's important to say that there has been progress. But we are very far from being where we need to be. And even because it's not just to look at the STEM graduates, it's to look how they choose the subjects during the course. If we think about woman, girl, we realize that looking at the latest TIMSS data, the trends in international study of mathematics, we see that grade 8 boys are much more likely to choose STEM subjects than girls. So, of course, when you look at the graduates, you look at those that live with a degree, but how they decide to get there, I think this is a question. Why, and not only the question. We were talking yesterday with Adam, the fact that there are many people that even if they graduate in STEM, they are not able to make the transition on the labor market. So one point is how to get there, and the policies and the intervention are very different across countries. It may be giving confidence to girls. It can be really insisting on the importance of the role models. It can be about curricula, but it's not something that there is not just one intervention, I think. And progress is there, but we need to do much more, especially when we talk about diversity, because I would say that parents are maybe the key influencer when we talk about the probability for young people and women, especially girls, to start a career, a study path in STEM subjects. And I would add that maybe one important change is the fact that we are moving from STEM to STEAM. So the STEM with arts, and arts and creativity. So there have been changes in the way STEM are thought just to give more space to diversity in it.
I see. The same question, but the context of Korea, Professor No.
Yeah.
What do you think is happening?
I agree with Anna that it has been better, but the progress is still very slow, I think. And for example, in Korea, the portion of women students, female students in science and engineering departments in the university is about 30%. And I think it's lower than we expect, and it's lower than the major universities in Asia, top major universities. For example, in Singapore, it's more than 40%. So I think there's more to go. So I think, still there's a number of female students in science and engineering.
Professor Levitt, we talk about, it seems like you're always talking about the technology aspect of it. STEM subjects, because of the particularities of the subject matters, does that have bearings on the diversity question itself? And also, the second part of it is whether technology will make it better or will influence it enough.
So before I answer on that, I want to reinforce what you said about biology really favoring diversity. People tend to think about survival of the fittest. Not true. True for bacteria, but all other organisms that are interesting have a mother and a father. And the diversity comes from the difference between the mother and the father. So I think it's really important that diversity, and biology is a pretty smart thing. It created all of us so we can learn from biology. So I think diversity being really important is true. And if you go against that for nationalistic reasons, for reasons of male superiority, you're going to lose. To get to the details, I think that we cannot forget the legacy. Science has been a male-dominated field for a very, very long time. And the fact that we still talk about chemistry, physics, mathematics, just shows how old and how long it takes to change things. I got a Nobel Prize in chemistry. The one subject I have never, ever studied is chemistry. I studied physics. I love computers. I'm involved in biology. So it just shows that these definitions are wrong, and these definitions still work against women. Science is too much about the sole wolf male standing up against the outside forces and doing something, whereas in reality, collaboration, working together, is much more important. So I think we still need a lot of development in that direction. I think the subjects themselves, I don't see anything that men can do that women can't do, and vice versa. it seems to me that even just from a simple numerical perspective, the fact that women are not given equal opportunities costs the country a great deal. And maybe in the past, when we didn't need as many people in technology and science and computer science and so on, we could afford to do that. But I think in these times when we have a lot of problems to solve, we can't afford to waste talent. So I think from all these points of view, changes need to be made. And in fact, just thinking about this, the Nobel Foundation tends to favor the sole wolf who stands up against the winds, a very male model. And I think that needs to also change. But I definitely believe enormously in diversity. Now I'm starting to talk about, I sort of say in the beginning there was man, some fit bacterial cell just saying how great he was. And then women came along and suddenly we had all this diversity. I mean, everything you can see is the result of men and women, or man and female, male and female. But I think we can go one step further and have man and woman and machine, and actually have a three-way diversity that will even be more amazing. So that's sort of how I see evolution going. But I think equality for women is something we cannot afford not to do.
Right. It seems like the biology can teach us a lot of, things that should be done.
We have AI and we have BI.
BI.
And BI is biological intelligence.
Right. Okay. Professor Bone, I think, did you have something to add?
No.
Okay. We were talking about diversity in different settings, and I think that the professor, Dr. Daddio mentioned the parents. I mean, in the earlier sessions, there was a maxim or credo says that you should follow your passions, but many, especially Korean students, follow passions of their parents. It seems like that is either affecting or even hurting the diversity questions. What do you think?
Thank you for the question. Before I answer that question, I think I overheard Michael talking about the importance of role model to increase diversity in STEM fields. So you can imagine how disappointed I was when I see there is no women Nobel laureates visiting Seoul this year. But I was relieved to see Dr. Rowe in the panel. So having said that, so parents and teachers are playing really critical role in adolescent and children and adolescent decision whether or not they're going to enter STEM fields. I'm a motivation researcher, and the two factors that are really critical in one's decision making, whether or not you want to do something or enter such a field, one is interest, and I cannot emphasize importance, any further, and the other is confidence. Your confidence to be able to succeed once you choose to pursue your dreams. But looks like for underrepresented groups in STEM, especially for girls, there are other factors as well. For girls, the other factor actually is a hindrance, is gender stereotype. And what's interesting is that when I do research, and that's true across the world, there is these days no significant difference in terms of STEM achievement between boys and girls. And in fact, girls are actually performing better. Sorry, boys in the audience, but it is fact. So girls are actually performing better on standardized tests. But still, they do not enter the STEM fields despite of their superior achievement. And one of the factors is the constant messages they receive explicitly or implicitly from the environment surrounding them. One of the major social agents who are delivering those messages are parents. So it is interesting when we do surveys among students and parents and teachers, guess what? The younger students do not report gender stereotypes anymore. They pretty much overcome it. But when we do the survey among the parents, they still hold very strong gender stereotypes. In other words, Korean parents especially, they want their boys to be good in mathematics, for example. And they are so disappointed when they do not perform well in mathematics, whereas Korean parents are happy when their girls perform well in math. But when they don't do math as well, the degree of disappointment is not as much. So those are subtle messages, but children and adolescents are very sensitive about those messages. They know what are expected of them. And so I think, if I may share one recent research, when we teach parents about the pitfalls of holding these stereotypes and how that really blocks their children from developing further and reaching their potentials, that works. So I think the goal of education is not only educating children, but also we have to do something with the parents and try to change the culture of the society as well. So one thing is just reduce gender stereotypes. There are other measures, but I'll talk about it later.
Okay.
May I say something?
Sure.
So yeah, and I think that as I was saying before, parents have a huge role. They play a huge role. But when we talk about the role model, there are teachers also and female working in these sectors, and very often we see that where their intervention happens. So they go to school, they go to classroom. They can represent something important for the girls, for the students that look that these exist, they have a place in the workplace. And I would add that in addition to stereotypes that are built within the family, and this is something that is very important, especially in countries that have also still these traditional values, the importance of seeing a man as a doctor and not a female as a doctor. A female may be a nurse, but not necessarily a doctor. There is also the stereotype that are embedded in the textbook, in the curricula. I mean, the way we have done a study some years ago about how many times you could see a woman in a male-dominated position, like being a doctor or an engineer in the textbook, and how many times you see a man and we saw that women are generally represented in traditional roles. They see them cooking, they see them taking care of the kids, while the important professions are attributed in the textbook, in the images, in the example to men. So this is something that is very important in terms of what we can do about changing things. And one thing is that there is increasing the importance of addressing STEM subjects very early in life. So the early you learn to deconstruct the stereotypes in early childhood education already, the early children, girls and boys, understand that there is not a gender position. They will also be less influenced by their parents. Because I think we are talking about deconstructing these stereotypes to improve. And we need that. If we think about artificial intelligence, the fact that algorithms are biased, and there are a lot of bias, because who codes are mainly white men, and there's been studies about who are the coders, the developers. There is no diversity in many cases in those who are behind artificial intelligence development. So to be artificial intelligence, to want to have artificial intelligence that is diverse, we need to have professionals that are diverse in these subjects. Right.
Can I add one about the role of role model that Anna has brought out? That I think it affects female students a lot to see role model, and I think that will affect parents as well to see the success of female role models. And so, like in the national universities of Korea, there is recently a movement of hiring more women faculties in the university so that it could serve as a role model. And for example, in College of Engineering at Seoul National University, about 15 women faculties out of 320 male faculties, or whole faculties. So it's less than 4%. And that's way below with other competitive Asian top-rated universities. And I think universities trying to make efforts to recruit more women faculties, especially in the short list of women candidates to hire more. And I think that will change, a little,
to this trend.
Professor Levitt, in reaching the highest level of achievement in the science, in a Nobel field, have you seen the kind of environment that steers one way or the other in terms of diversity that may be a kind of affecting factor that we can improve upon?
Well, I'm very taken by the lack of role models. When you said this, and many of my female colleagues have said, but we have no role models. And I think this is a very important thing. Before the session started, I was talking to Adam Smith on the stage, and he was suggesting that a Nobel Prize perhaps go to ChatGPT. And I would much rather it went to human women a lot before. You know, the role model, in some ways you could say, you were saying that there aren't any Nobel laureates for women. There's a small number of women Nobel laureates, and they're in huge demand. Everyone wants them, for good reason. So in some ways, you could argue that the suitability for a Nobel Prize should be your discovery, plus the impact of giving you the prize, not for the past, but for the future. And it's clear that giving a Nobel Prize to an underrepresented field or individual has a much bigger impact. So this would mean a change, perhaps, of how they do things. But I do think that, you know, one of the effects of getting a Nobel Prize is that certain people then become more influential. And that needs to be thought about. And I think this is a way in which this could happen. But I would really be happy to see many, many more role model women.
Right. More role models. Probably the environment that we can, you know, best think of is either schools or workplace. So in that sense, I don't know if we can make a regulation to force the workplace to hire more, but we probably have a better school policies to
But
have that
my wife, who is a strong lady, says that if there were more women leaders of countries,
yes, exactly,
we'd have a much, much, much better world.
Okay, we have an experience, I'm not sure, but I'll pause here.
Okay, go ahead.
I was going to talk about leadership, in fact, because role model is important, but there is also leadership. And when we look about the number of women leaders, there are not so many. And even in countries where there is this quota, so these this legislation constraints in the number of women needed, for example, in the boards, in the boards, so that there is an equal representation of men and women. This works because there is something that has been imposed and has changed the mentality, but this will not work everywhere. I think that we need really to think about women leaders, not only, I would say, country leaders, but really how they can steer policies, legislations, and also building a society. And there are so few, and this is really important. Next report will be on leadership, and the way leadership is distributed is very important, because what the literature shows is that women manage to distribute leadership. So it means that you have not a hierarchical model where you have leaders. It is not about authority. It's about giving the example. And this is really about education, I think. And only having this kind of leadership capacity and skills, you can change really the world, I think.
Well, going back to what parents want from their children, probably they're in a way reflecting what the society is saying, whether it be a lack of role models or the biases, the cultural baggages coming from. So what's the solution? I mean, let's go focus on the school, how we can kind of change in the environment. Professor No.
I think it's important to tell ourselves and to students at school, everybody else, that diversity is not just a thing, virtue to care for underrepresented people. It's not in that level.
No.
Diversity is a power, and it's the source of innovation, and it's source of excellence and creativity, because it can hold many different aspects of viewpoints from the different experiences. So I think it is required, not only in scientific community, but also as the whole society in general. So I think it's very necessary to spread out that kind of message to the world. Yeah.
We got about 1 minute left. So one sentence, some student, female student who came to you and said, well, in terms of diversity, I'm facing the headwind. Should I go into STEM field? Is that going to be okay for me in the future? What would you advise?
I would say definitely yes.
Yes, me too.
One has to, headwinds have to be faced. And I think that's part of being a good scientist. We, as I said, by not having diversity, we are crippling ourselves as humanity. It's as serious as that.
Mm-hmm. Professor Snow?
Yeah, same.
Same?
Yeah, I would say definitely yes, and I will say something that is important also, the door is open. So if you need advice and counseling, come to see someone that can help you, and don't think that if you find a stereotype, it's something that will block your way through education. So I think this is yes, definitely.
You're not alone.
Right? You are not alone, yes.
I'd like to share one anecdote real quick. I had a student who is visually impaired. He cannot see. He couldn't see. And then he came to me and said, Professor, I wanted to pursue human resource development in graduate school. But everybody that I talked to told me that you better go into either special education or social work. So I asked him, so if I'm a woman, do I have to do I have to study feminism? I mean, I studied something else, so follow your dream. So he's now teaching as a tenured assistant professor at University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign. In other words, headwinds you can overcome. Follow your passions.
Yes.
That'll be my, I guess, one-liner.
Great. Those are the advices. Join me in thanking the panel members on the diversity questions.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. So, our next moderator will be Kyung-Rul Park, who you've met before. And I just thought we shouldn't let the opportunity pass of asking him about the digital technologies we were talking about earlier, because you work on the interface of policy and technology. And just earlier this week, you've been in New York talking to the UN General Assembly about the role of digital technologies in development. So would you like to just give us your very brief reflections?
Sure. We had a United Nations General Assembly with a particular focus on SDGs, Global Sustainable Development Goals. It's actually every 4 years since 2015. And there's lots of discussions on the roles of digital technologies in achieving these global sustainable developments. But at the same time, we really need to engage the discussion about how we can actually implement these technologies in the context of developing countries, because there's lots of ethical consideration and institutional challenges. Not only just institutional challenges, but also cultural challenges in the context of developing countries. So when we discuss about digital technologies or digital transformation, we really need to ask about digital transformation for whom and for what. So that's why we need to work together with the people in the ground.
It's a collaboration.
Yes.
Collaboration. Thank you. Supporting what many people have said before earlier today. So thank you very much indeed.
Sure.
Very
thank
valuable.
you. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you. Now, please take your seat.
Sure.
And I will invite the other panelists to join us for this last panel before the final panel, so the penultimate panel. This one is on what we need to tackle the grand challenges ahead. And listening to the panel that's just gone before us, I suppose one simple answer to that question might just be more female leaders. And that brings me to the realization that the panel we're about to see is an all-male panel, and for which I apologize.
Gender equality.
Sometimes when you're shuffling panelists around, this is what happens. But we do recognize the fact this is all male. Anyway, joining you are George Smoot,
Sure.
Hartmut Mikkel, Jule Razak, and Pasi Salberg. Please come in, seat yourselves as you will. Welcome.
Please.
Anywhere? Anywhere.
Sure. Thank you very much, Adam, and my panelists for your participation again. So this session, we focus on global grand challenges and how science and technology can address these challenges. So indeed, we have been experiencing very difficult times with a series of not only the economic downturn, but also social environmental challenges, including climate crisis and humanitarian crisis, as well as a global pandemic. But at the same time, we see some sort of hopes of the future and working together, especially in the intersection between scientific community and also international collaboration. So we have been preparing this session within this kind of global context of the times that we are overcoming together and working together. So that actually lays the foundation for today's discussion about some of the thoughts and innovations from our distinguished panelists. So without further delay, let's begin with Hartmut. So from your own view, how would you conceptualize the grand challenges?
Of course, first of all, we have to discuss what are the great challenges and grand challenges. And in my opinion, it is to understand ourselves.
Yes.
In order, if we understand ourselves, we can at the end understand how much we can understand. So it's mainly an understanding of how the brain, how our brain works, how our body works, for instance, and how memory is encoded, and whether we do have a free will.
Mm-hmm.
What is consciousness? Of course, there already we touch the border to philosophy.
Sure. Yeah. So how would you, what is your thoughts on then how we can actually utilize science and technology or technology innovation to address these kind of grand challenges?
Actually, I think to understand the human body, we have to know each human protein.
Mm-hmm.
We have to know how many cell types there are. We have to know in which cell type which protein is produced. And we have to know how the tissues are formed and how the organs are formed and then how the body is formed. Mm-hmm. So this would be the sequential order. And because there are 22,000 proteins in the human body, still a lot of work has to be done, and I do not think that this would work without international collaboration.
Sure.
So we have to distribute the task. The Swedes already made a very good attempt by establishing the human cell atlas, and many international collaborators contribute to that. At the end, of course, we also have to know how the proteins changes, how the cells changes upon development and during their function, which is a very important aspects which are difficult to study, in particular in the cellular context. And so we have to still develop methods to investigate all these problems. And at the end, if it comes to the brain, where we have also to understand why do we need to sleep, and how do we encode the memory, it gets really, really difficult. We have to learn about connectivity, and people try to study connectivity by electron microscopic methods, by more and more, but other different methods, using fluorescence techniques and things like this. But this is still, we are not even very close to understanding that.
Sure. Seoul, would you like to share your thoughts on that?
Well, let me start off from a different kind of an angle. When I look at Industrial Revolution in general, what are the great challenges? My take on this is the great challenges are what is left behind. For example, the first Industrial Revolution, at the end of the day, what do we get? We get pollution from the steam engine, Mm-hmm. And that goes on to the second Industrial Revolution. We also got the fragmentation of society. We've got child labor. We've got slavery and all those sorts. Now in the third Industrial Revolution, we've got loneliness as an issue. There is this downside of the Industrial Revolution that we have not understood very well. Of course, there are many things that we can glorify it, but all this downside is with us now. The pollution of the 300 years ago from the two Industrial Revolutions is still here. and we do not know how to solve them. And the question of loneliness, people are still grappling about it. What is it we're going to do? Now we're into the fourth industrial revolution. We've got a nice panel to talk about it, but nobody talks about the downside of the fourth industrial revolution. I don't think we even know what the downside of the industrial revolution is all about. So these are issues, to me, are great challenges because we are going into an unknown. Already now, the three things that I would want to emphasize in this particular context is we are set to be moving into another era of Anthropocene. From the Holocene of the 12,000 years that we are able to build the civilization that we've got today, now we're moving into another era called the Anthropocene, where human beings are beginning to dismantle their own civilization because the disconnect that we've got. And the disconnect to me is about leadership, it's about education, it's about awareness. Anthropocene is one. And in the last dialogue that I had in 2015, when we talk about intelligence, we already been talking then about transhuman, the transhumanists, the post-human. And these are the people who will be a hybrid between human and machine. And they are said to be here around, maybe around in the year 2050, maybe 30 years from now. And if this does really happen, now what happened to us? What happened to our education system? We have not even talked about this. And of course, the very basic about this whole question of colonialization. Could AI be another instrument to colonize other countries that has not got any AI? You don't have to be the person there, only the thoughts, the mind, and through the AI itself, it could be another form of colonialism. And these are the negative parts that to me are grand challenges because once we end up with this, we do not know what the solution would be. And all of us will suffer in this particular context. I would like to look at it in a very cautious state. I'm not saying that technology is not important, it is, but how do you balance this? The goods and the bads. All the discussion is all about the good, you know. And the other thing, Kyung, basically, when we talk about the fourth industrial revolution, I think it was in the World Economic Forum of 2016, I think. Yeah, that was the first time. And my country hopped into this like something which is, something which is good. Certainly it is good to a certain extent. But 2015, when the United Nations declares the Sustainable Development Goals, 1 year before the World Economic Forum declares the fourth industrial, nobody picks it up. Nobody talks about sustainable development the way we talked about on the Industrial Revolution. And I think the sustainable development is a more humanistic goal that balances what the technology is going to bring about. So without these two coming together, I don't know whether we'll be able to handle the so-called grand challenges from my point of view.
So from your two of you, the discussions, we really need to have a kind of balance between, kind of opportunities from the technological innovation, but also we really need to engage with a different type of challenges, social challenges and also environmental challenges. So what about George? So would you like to respond to this discussion?
Yes. Okay. So I've had a shock in the last week because I went to a meeting, a forum on how are we going to convert to green or sustainable energy.
Yes.
And I thought, good, I can do my part in helping save the world. At the end of that part, when I got through this, I was saying, I hope I help make the disasters that are coming not as bad. Okay, so it's a different. So if you look at what's going on, we find there's both tremendous demand for energy and tremendous shock to the climate as a result of that, and great instability in the world. The most of the burning of CO2, fuels that produce CO2, happened starting about 70 years ago. But starting 50 years ago, we had a shock that took us from 2% of the GDP of the world up to 10 or 12%. And then it came back down, and there was another shock. And then when Russia invaded Ukraine, there was another shock. It got up to 13% of the world's GDP. That is really big perturbations on the system. So it's a situation where I look at what's going on, and I'll talk about two other things. There will always be at least two crises going on in the world from now for the next 20 years. It's just, you got to be able to adapt to that kind of stuff. To do what's necessary, we're going to have to spend $1.3 trillion this coming year, on conversion to sustainable energy. And part of that's for clean energy, part of that's for electric transport. I mean, those are big amounts of money. Part of that's for some of the other technologies and so forth. It is really serious money, and it's very hard for the third world countries to get their piece of the pie. It also means, in order to do this conversion to clean energy, we need 3 billion tons of various metals. Do you know how much 3 billion tons is? You could cover, all of Korea with that. We're going to have to either tear up the Earth, or we're going to have to go out and get near-Earth asteroids and mine them. When you actually start saying we're going to truly address the problems, you find that it's just a massive situation, and you have a big built-in infrastructure. You got to work hard, and you've got to work cooperatively to make this kind of thing. And most people can't adjust to that. They're going to keep doing what there are people trained to build one coal-fired plant in China every week. They have enough people to do that. So they can keep doing that, but they only have enough people to make one nuclear power plant a month, okay? Now, Korea should have a bunch of more nuclear power plants, because China was shocked this year. They found they needed much more energy than they thought they needed. Well, why? Well, climate change. All the top 10 or 20 cities had floods, every single one of them last year. And they all use more energy than you would expect, because they had huge heat waves. And guess what? They ran electricity, but they were running their factories more. And so that's the kind of a thing. When you start being concrete, then you can start thinking about what you're going to need to deal with it, because making that conversion, we're making a 5% or so change per year. If we're going to make the conversion in a reasonable time, it's going to stretch out over 20 years, right? So it's a lot of what's going to happen in the future. And that's not the only thing that's going on. At the same time, there are good things that are going to have secondary effects. So there's a big effort in basically making intelligent factories that can make stuff. And we're going to need them because we need to make windmills, we need to make more solar panels, we need to make electric cars, we need to make a bunch of this other stuff. You're going to have these plants which are going to be supervised by AI and humans, and they're going to be automated, right? And they're doing that. So Volkswagen is, doing stuff in middle China to build a bunch of electric Volkswagens to sell to the Chinese. Sure. You just keep going on. So Michael and I were just at a meeting just before this, in which I gave a talk about the rapid advances in AI and how they're finally beginning to discover drugs, right? Right now, you have a 10 to 15-year plan, and you have a fair number of people employed trying to discover drugs, trying to do clinical trials and so forth. Many of those are going to be replaced by AI systems. So how do I think about what the future is going to be? We're going to have to teach people to be flexible. We're going to have to teach people that things are going to change, and that they're going to have to be able to adapt with it, because the jobs in factories, the jobs in drug testing, those kind of things are going to be shifted.
Sure, absolutely. Connecting to this, different type of transformation, including energy transformation, digital transformation is another very important part. So in your very interesting presentation in the previous session, so you talked about kind of socioeconomic disparity in educations. Like digital divide, how would you like to address these issues in the kind of broad understanding of a digital transformation?
You mean this inequity?
Right.
Yeah. I mean, it's a great question, and it's actually part of these grand challenges that we are talking about, the overall inequality. I think one thing that we need to do at the government levels around the world is to be sure and clear that what we are talking about. Here we have been talking about inequality. Inequality is equality is a different thing than equity of education outcomes that I was showing earlier. As long as we don't have a clear common idea what we are talking about, it's very difficult to get any solutions. And this applies also in the government levels. There are a number of governments that are not able to address this issue because people have different views what we are talking about. For example, some people may think that this equity or equality conversation is about access, equal access to good education or curriculum, whereas the others are looking at the equity of outcomes, the fairness of education outcomes. So I think that that's one thing that we really need to really need to do. Then the other one, of course, is the political will, whether we want to do that. Still, again, at the government levels, often it's much more favorable to have a narrative about excellence in education, meaning, educating and raising the academic or knowledge talent in the countries, and then do what is left to educate the rest. And I think now we do know, and this is based on the fairly recent research and analysis, mostly coming from the OECD's data, that the education systems can be redesigned in a way that we don't need to anymore debate whether excellence is more important for the economy of the state or the social cohesion of the countries than equity. That the smart policies can be designed in a way that both equity of education outcomes and excellence of education outcomes as well can coexist simultaneously. And this is the big call, and as I said, the OECD has done a remarkable job in bringing this conversation to the government level narratives, trying to avoid this confrontation of often political debates about equity and excellence. But it's very important that in forums like this and in a government level policy considerations that we have a good understanding what equity in education means. As long as we don't have a definition for that or agreement, it's going to be very difficult to monitor this type of progress or lack of progress. But even more importantly, there will be no accountability mechanisms of holding anybody accountable for this. Like in Australia, what you saw there, nobody is accountable for this because we still don't have a government level agreement and understanding what we are talking about. So that's what is at stake.
Very interesting. So I also think that technology itself doesn't necessarily lead to the accountability in governments. So you also mentioned about leadership, and then you also mentioned about collaboration. So we are actually coming from the scientific community, but how can we collaborate with different type of stakeholders? Because we have local actors and civil society and business sector, private sector, and government. Do you have any thoughts on that? How we can actually collaborate? Sure. So
let me try. I mean, after telling you what the issue is from our point of view, what we have done is basically trying to redefine again what university is and what type of education should we give. Working with the government and the industry and even the community. First thing, for example, all my students in my university will have to understand sustainable development. Everybody must go through this compulsory course, understanding what sustainable development is about. That would be the kind of benchmark that we want them to think about. Whatever else that comes in Fourth Industrial Revolution, where does it fit in the context of sustainable development? That's one. Secondly, all of them will have to work with the community. Everybody must have got a project with the community. We have been so much in the industry, which is nothing wrong, but we also learned when the pandemic comes, the first one to close down was the industry. And they say, we don't need your student anymore, we don't have jobs for you and stuff like that. And who bails us out is the community. So now we go back to the community and tell them how to work with the community, how to profile the community, how to find what problems do they face, and how to actually solve this problem as part of their commitment to giving back knowledge that they've got from the university. And the third one is what we call irresponsible research. In other words, all research that's done in a university must concern the people who are involved. If it's a community, the community must be involved. It's not a way that we just do the research in the lab and then plonk it onto them and say, this is a solution. No. And the community will be part of the evaluator. They will say that your research is successful because it solves my problem. They benefit from our research. It doesn't matter whether we are a tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, when they got an impact factor of 10. My question to them is, what is the impact on the ground? If you've got an impact factor of 10 and you don't have impact on the ground, then your research is still not complete. So we're beginning to redefine this so that people know exactly what you should be doing and how do we actually will, I don't know whether it will, lay away the grand challenges, but at least the mindset has changed.
Sure.
The mindset is not a pre-COVID mindset. We're hoping it is a post-COVID mindset that talks about humanity in the real terms rather than just on a piece of paper.
Sure. Hermit or George?
I think one of the things that we have to teach people is that we're actually in a time period when things are urgent because there are crises and real problems, facing it, and that they have to be kind of realistic. They can't say, this is how it should be. They say, what can we do, working with government, working with industry, working with the general population, to come up with a solution that's going to get us through this bad spot. Everybody has a stake in what's going on.
Sure.
Actually, of course, we have to still to consider the scientists, the overarching scientists, like the one who started the climate changes in Potsdam, and to listen what they tell us, and they analyze the reasons for the global warming, and also find out what is the most important measures to fight global warming. In my opinion, what we have, of course, we all have the technology around to fight global warming. We have to use photovoltaic cells and windmills, and we have to develop energy storage. You know? I'm not a fan of the hydrogen business, because when you produce hydrogen, you lose too much energy. I am thinking that transferring energy via the direct electric high voltage current is a much better method. And for instance, I'm very pleased to see that the plan to transfer energy, solar energy from Australia to Singapore has been resumed. And I think that also might be sooner or later that you could become connected to that. Australia is, of course, very important, because when it's summer in Australia, it's winter here. So it just compensates each other, and losses in electricity transport is about 3% per 1,000 kilometers.
Sure.
So it's doable. So in Europe, we should actually revive the plans to the Desertec plans to generate electricity in North Africa, maybe in Saudi Arabia, and transfer the energy to Europe, but not to, in my opinion, not to hydrolyze, to electrolyze water in Africa, but and transfer it via ships or pipelines to Europe, but transfer it by electricity, and then to electrolyze water to produce hydrogen where it needed in steel production places and cement production places.
Sure, yeah. So before we close here, I'd like to just give you 30 seconds for kind of finalizing your comments.
30.
Right?
You give me
sure.
plus a minute.
Any comments on this?
No.
Or you can just wrap up. Or
I'll tell them it's going to be an interesting time.
It's going to be very interesting.
We're going to be living in interesting times.
But let me leave you a 30-second
Sure.
thing, because part of this conversation, of course, is how do we fix some of these broken or dysfunctional systems, like education in many ways. I think, too often we think about what should we do next, like what is the next reform or next thing to do, and the alternative way to think, and I know the colleagues know this better than I do, is to think about what should we stop doing. And there's so much happening in especially school education systems around the world that has nothing to do with the children or teaching or learning or education at all. So education systems around the world have really become like Christmas trees, and there's so much decorations around that you cannot see the function and form anymore inside there. So, if you lose your hope and become frustrated about what to do next, try this one. Like, what would be those things in your own education system or own school that could be removed without doing any harm for anyone? Actually, that would improve the work of the people there, so that they can really focus on all these beautiful things that we have heard today. So that would be alternative way to think about solving this problem, rather than try to invent yet another reform that has been pretty much the problem in education systems around the world during the last 50 years.
Sure. With that, it's been an excellent discussion today. So with that, we're going to close our panel. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Pasi. Well, my congratulations to those of you who are still here. I think that having lasted through a very long day of discussions, you all deserve a round of applause. So I think we should applaud you. Our last panel should, I think, be quite relaxed and light-hearted. It's entitled My Best Teacher. And for it, I'm happy to bring together our 5 visiting Nobel laureates, and Lynn and Liz, who are both teachers, or were both teachers themselves. And so who better to talk about stories of my best teacher? So if I can invite all panelists to join me on stage.
Go out.
Hartmut, why don't you sit there? Yeah. Liz, do you want to come here?
Sure.
Yeah. Lynn, do you want to be there? And then, yes, if the three of you, if you just, oh, four of you, if you just take your seats and arrive. I don't know. It's as good arrangement as any. Thank you so much. Okay. So this is just a chance to tell some stories about best teacher. You can tell about your worst teacher if you like. I have to say, Liz, that if I was to start off, I think my best teacher is somebody I missed. It would have been you had I had you as a teacher. That lecture was just so beautiful. So thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Where should we begin? Why don't we begin with you? Do you want to start with your best teacher?
Sure. My best teacher, I'm going to name her because I think it's really important, and if she's watching somewhere, I would like her to know. Her name is Judith Arkbauer, and when I was 9 years old, I had immigrated to the States for the first time speaking not a single word of English, and this is 80s, small town Ohio, and I didn't belong there. I didn't know how to belong there, and I remember one very significant moment was I was at recess sitting by myself watching kids play jump rope, and I wanted to jump in and I didn't know how. And she came outside and sat next to me on the bleachers and she said, "Hi." And she started talking to me about every kid who was on the playground and said, "Oh, look at so-and-so, look at so-and-so." And she sat with me to make sure that I didn't feel alone. She knew that I didn't understand any of the language, but she allowed me to have company in a place that was foreign. And of course, she taught me all the way through. I was there for not a long time, but she saw me for who I was and what I needed. She could call me by name and cared for me. And so Mrs. Judith Arkbauer is one of my best teachers in memory.
Beautiful. Thank you very much indeed. There's no order for this. We can go along the line, but feel free to interrupt each other as you go along. So, Hartmut, do you want to go?
Okay, actually, I went to school, to high school after World War II, and I have to say that many of the teachers were still mentally influenced by their experience as soldiers in World War II. So that was one issue which of course happily changed now. The other issue was that teachers were dressed at high school very formally. So each teacher had a jacket and a tie, and the only teacher who didn't wear a tie was our last teacher in arts. So the arts teacher was the most progressive teacher at the school. So in general, our teachers in science and mathematics were excellent, were outstanding, and the best teacher which I ever experienced was our physics teacher. And it was primarily because he conducted experiments and explained the experiments. So he also let us do experiments. And at the end of this, actually, not only myself, but most of the other students also believed that based on physics, you can understand everything. And nowadays, I don't believe that we can understand everything, in particular what happens in your brain.
Well, the physicists, especially the physics laureates, often tell us that physics is the key to everything.
What's the key to everything?
Lynn.
So, this is a very hard question to answer because I think that I had a very pleasant experience in school, and so had lots of teachers whom I remember fondly. But actually, I think that an important teacher who helped me to become a different person was someone actually in graduate school. And like Liz, I'm going to name her. This was my professor, Karin Zumwalt, who is now retired from Teachers College, Columbia University. But I was a master's student, and I took her class in curriculum design, and at midterm, she would have conferences with her students to tell them how they were doing. And so she told me that if she were to give me a grade that day, it would be a B+. Now, a B+ is not a bad grade, but all my papers had been A papers. I had not missed a class. I participated in everything, and I told her this. And she said, "Well, you need to talk more in class." And I said, "I talk in the groups all the time," because she would break us up into small groups and have discussions. And she said, "But you never say anything in the whole class." And so I murmured something about, being shy or that's not my way. Because I did go to school in Singapore where students were silent and we received, we did not speak. I didn't speak in university either. It was only in graduate school that I found my voice. So she said something really important. She said, you have important things to say that other people need to hear. So from that day forward, I set myself a goal that I would say something in class each time. And sometimes it was something stupid. What time is break? How many pages do we have to read? Just to hear myself speak in the space. From that time, the first time it's hard, and the 10th time it's a little hard, and the 100th time it feels just right. So Karen Zumwalt helped me find my voice as a teacher, and many people wish that she hadn't done that because now they wish that I would shut up. But I remember her always, and I've told her this too.
Well, here's one moderator who's grateful to Karen Zumwalt. Thank you. Thank you for the story. Joachim.
Well, I always had a knack for physics, even before I knew what physics was. And so for me, the physics teacher was very important, and it was of crucial importance. And he was a fantastic teacher. I was very lucky. He was educated in Göttingen, and I think James Franck was one of his teachers at the time, another Nobel laureate with a CK. So his name was Willy Schröder, and we called him Schöne Willy, or Beautiful Willy, because he always kept his hair in waves. And then, so later I got really confused because of the Schrödinger's wave function. So I confused the two people. But he was an absolute inspiration, and I did some kind of advanced courses with him, just with 3 other people, and so we had very intimate contact with him in all these experiments. Yeah,
lovely. Thank you. And for those of us who find it hard to handle Schrödinger's equation, yes, the image of wavy hair will get us through.
Exactly. Yeah, it was
already the right picture.
It was prefigured already.
Okay, thank you. When I first saw this question, I go, oh, no, right? And then I realized it's because I've had a series of good teachers with some bad teachers in between, and I didn't know how to pick it out and stuff. And then it just came to me. It was my mother. So I have 2 little vignettes. My mother is the first one that sort of explained to me there's an external world and it's rational. You can understand stuff. I have recounted the fact that we were coming back from our cousins and I saw the moon following us in the car when we were driving home. I said, how can the moon follow me like the dog? She said, everyone sees the moon. Just wait till the fall festival next week. Well, actually, I saw the moon here yesterday. And she explained to me, it's big and there's parallax and everyone sees the moon following them. And I thought, oh, this is really cool because roadside signs moved by us, but the moon doesn't. And all this, and I started understanding you could understand the world. Then I had a series of good and bad teachers through school, and then I had a good teachers at MIT and a good thesis advisor, and then I got a job at Berkeley, and Louis Alvarez, a Nobel laureate, hired me there, and he pretty much gave me free rein. But he had this habit, he would like us to try and eat lunch with him sometimes. And he would ask us questions about what we're doing or tell us stories. And at the time, there were 7 Nobel laureates in Berkeley. And sometimes we'd eat lunch together. And they would tell stories about Los Alamos. And they would give examples and ask the non-Nobel laureates questions, right? Sort of a grilling. And one day, I'm sitting at the table. And I'm the only not Nobel laureate. Everyone else has a Nobel laureate, right? And it's not me thinking, well, I'll get one someday. It's me thinking, oh, God, I hope they don't ask me really hard questions. I'm sitting there so that I can learn and do this kind of stuff, but they're going to ask me hard questions. And they did. You learned that they were people, and you learned they worked hard and they were smart and they had skills and they did this stuff, but they asked you questions and they made you think. And so I started doing that. When I was here at IWA, I used to take the grad students, postdocs, at least 4 days a week to lunch, and I'd ask them questions like, what's the best material to make a hot pot out of? And they had to figure out, could you make a better design for a hot pot? Or, just because it's just a solar flare in the sun, when's it going to make it dangerous for you to fly over to Japan? Right? I ask them these questions and they had to figure stuff out. So I've tried to carry on the tradition of the previous generation of Nobel laureates and so forth, including, just before this last week, I had lunch with graduate students and postdocs, and I asked them, what did they learn from the Oppenheimer movie? What was the big thing that they learned out? Because that was a big thing in my day, because I kept hearing about, Los Alamos.
So
they made it live for me. They made me pay attention.
Because I suppose everybody, when they're little, asks questions. That moon question seems to be pretty special. But
my mother was a teacher, then she became a science teacher, and then a principal. And my parents valued education, and my mother went went back to graduate school and got her degree, while I was a young student, right? So it's an example, and I would say it's genetically built into all mammal parents, maybe all animal parents, to make sure their kids get the best education and do survive the best. That's evolution. So when we talk about education, people want the best education for their kids. The better parents they are, the better they're going to do that.
Thank you. Lynn, I noticed you're surrounded on all sides by Nobel laureates. You're repeating
it's just normal.
Experience. If they start asking you questions, lucky you have your voice. Michael.
So, hearing these stories about school teachers, I actually was schooled in South Africa. And as a teenager, I was much more interested in parties, girls, and snooker. And in fact, it was snooker that kind of gave me my big break, because once I came back extremely late at night from snooker, and my mother grounded me, which ended up me working harder and so on. But thinking about my best teacher, and I've, like George, met many Nobel laureates in Cambridge, where I was studying, and but one really stands out. So I knew Francis Crick quite well, John Kendrew, Aaron Klug, and Max Perutz. And Max Perutz, for me, was the true genius, not because he invented protein crystallography, which he did, but because he had a touch, a social touch, a human touch that was quite amazing. And one example of this, and there's probably two I can give, is that Perutz ran the MRC lab. He founded it, a lab that ended up getting 28 Nobel Prizes for a lab of 300 people and maybe an alumni staff of 3,000. Perutz invented protein crystallography. John Kendrew worked as Perutz's assistant. But what isn't known is that when Crick and Watson were writing the famous DNA paper, Crick was actually Max Perutz's PhD student. Not only that, Max Perutz is said to have shown Perutz and Watson the critical photograph from Rosalind Franklin. But it's not Watson, Crick, Perutz. Perutz isn't even thanked on that paper. So Perutz realized that giving young people independence and responsibility was the essential thing needed in science then. Another experience, I was doing a PhD in Cambridge, and third year PhD, I got a phone call from Max Perutz to our house, not his secretary, saying he had just won the Royal Society Copley Medal. Would I come to his office for wine and cheese or wine and cake that Friday? Now, he didn't ask his secretary to call me, and I thought when I went there, I would suddenly be meeting all the hotshots. But as a PhD student, I was one of the most senior people there because he'd invited the bottle washers and the lab technicians and the photographic people into the room. And I remember one of the technicians in the mechanical room holding up the medal and saying, this is, 15 mil, it's probably worth this. So this is this human touch that is absolutely amazing. He had an incredible influence. Often, I also remember another memory. My first year there, they would have lectures, and a student was speaking about a model for the cerebellum. And Francis Crick said to the student, please explain your work simply so Max Proust can understand it. And Max was not in any way bothered by this. He thought this was totally appropriate. So I think we realized that science is a mixture of great people doing great discoveries, but also of humanity, of empathy, of not elevating yourself. So he was definitely my greatest teacher.
Thank you very much. And just bringing many of the themes together, Francis Crick, I believe, was also a great advocate of asking what he would have termed a stupid question. He just asked any question that came to him, did he not?
Crick was amazing, but in some ways, the most amazing of the Cambridge scientists was Sidney Brenner. Sidney Brenner is the only laureate who had 5 laureates working with him. Many laureates have 2 laureates working with them because the prize is 3 people, but he has 5. And I don't know if you've ever met Sidney Brenner, but he was always telling jokes and just sprouting out ideas like a lawn sprinkler. And, you know, it had an effect.
Thank you.
Right, so I was also quite blessed with the good teachers, but what is important is not only that he or her appears in your life, but also it appears in the right time, because I had the right teacher at the right moment of my life. Like when I was in school, I was reasonably good in physics and math, and it was so easy to relax. So I didn't need to apply any efforts to be the best in the class. I mean, I started in a tiny school in a tiny cities in the middle of nowhere, so it wasn't that difficult. And then my teacher and my parents as well, they were just pushing me and pushing me and pushing me. So if you are blessed with some good abilities, it's not your achievement. It's the blessing. You really need to push harder and harder and harder. And then I basically almost by myself just found an extra problems to solve and so on. And then so this pushing, not even talking about physics or math, but really encouraging and showing the space that knowledge is really infinite. You can always get better. So that was really important at that time. And then I managed to get into a very good university. It's a tiny physics school in Moscow, really small one. And but again, the blessing is that our teachers were active scientists from the Academy of Science, and so you study there for 6 years. It's very, very intense. So you basically just so exams are very tough. And I remember the typical story from the exam that you study all the night long for several nights in the row, and at the end of the day, so you wake up in the morning of the exam and you think, okay, now you actually understand what is going on. You go to this exam, and this teacher, this examiner, his first task or her first task is really to smash you and show that you don't understand anything at all. And really, and then so that's basically takes. It doesn't take long for any professor to smash a student, maybe like 20 minutes. And then for another 40 minutes, he or she would educate you, and basically you just come at a very high peak, and then you really down in the middle of the exam, and then you get out again with the feeling that, okay, now I actually do know what this subject is. And then for my PhD years, I was again blessed to work with my supervisor at the time, colleague and friend, so with whom we got the prize, with Andre Geim. And it was really helpful because here, I mean, not probably deliberately, but at least I could see how you can learn how to do science, because so they teach us physics, math, biology, but that's subjects, though that's not science. Science is a very strange object which is probably very difficult to define positively, because science is everything which is outside of the known mass of knowledge. So something something new, something which doesn't exist yet. So how do you search for something which doesn't exist? And it's really tricky to create your own methodology for science, and that's what I was blessed to learn from my colleague, and then so I'm still keep learning up to now.
Thank you very much indeed, Kostya. So Liz, you had almost the first word in the conference. I'm going to give you the last word as well.
I'm going to make you jealous because I have the best teacher right now, and this teacher that I have teaches me endless patience, challenges me with the most difficult questions on a daily basis, and forces me to be creative almost on a minute-by-minute basis. And it's my 3-year-old son. And every day we're supposed to be learning, and I hope, we have many generations up here, and we're talking about, the professors and the teachers, but please understand that I have the best teacher right now because I'm living it with a child. And so as you think about your best teachers, I hope you don't think only inside the box of who has a label of a teacher, but recognize that there are young people around you that will teach you and challenge you all the time. And I am so grateful that I have one that I can call my own, that is the best teacher for me in this very moment as I learn on a daily basis.
Beautifully said, Liz. Yes, as the possessor of a 17-year-old child, I would say, yes, they do certainly challenge you all the time, and I'm not sure everything they teach you is... Well, anyway, that's another story, another story for another day.
They teach you patience. It's a good skill in life. Yes, very important.
That's been a beautiful discussion. Thank you all very much indeed. A lovely way to finish this conference. That's it for today. We have closing comments from 2 people. First will be Lara Spreckmann, CEO of Nobel Prize Outreach. So if we leave the stage, they will clear it. And that's the end. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dear Nobel laureates, speakers, ladies and gentlemen, dear students, how to summarize what we have heard here today? Well, rather than summarizing, the task for us is to get emboldened, to be inspired to make a difference. That is what learning and education enable us to do. To quote Nobel Peace Laureate Malala Yousafzai, she said, "Let us pick up our books and our pens. They are the most powerful weapons. One child, one teacher, one book, and one pen can change the world." As we learned today, there are many ways of learning. We find our own paths and motivations. The key is to find those motivations and to have someone inspire us. Often, it's a special teacher that gives us that necessary spark, as we just heard a few minutes ago. In Malala's case, the Taliban banned her and many other girls from attending school. Just think about that for a minute. Think about lives not lived, the potential not fulfilled. The doors to economic opportunity, to ideas, and to freedom closed shut. It seems incredible that in this day and age, we still have to fight for putting girls to school. But fight we will until every single child is given that gift. It's also worth reflecting for a moment on the incredible progress we have achieved. Progress in education the last 125 years is one of humanity's greatest achievements. In the year 1900, just 1 year before the first Nobel Prize was awarded, only 20% of the global population were literate. Only 1 in 5 people. Today, 86% of people are literate, nearly 9 out of 10 people. How will education and science evolve in the next century? Well, obviously, we need to encourage more women into STEM, for sure. It's now clear that in the coming decades, artificial intelligence will have an enormously disruptive impact on education and science. We discussed that just a while ago. There are many unknowns, but there are also many risks. It's important now that we build the institutions to allow us to navigate this transformation in ways that benefit society. This is why events like this today are so important. This is a moment to explore ideas and have space to discuss the challenges very openly. So, thank you all for contributing to such a lovely and lively debate. This is the sign of a healthy intellectual society. Finally, when speaking about learning, I would like to remind you that it's just a bit more than a week until we announce this year's Nobel Prizes. And tied to that, we publish teacher material for all teachers around the world to quickly explain this year's Nobel Prizes to their students. So if you're a teacher, please go on our website, nobelprize.org, to find those every day, well, after 24 hours, and recommend it to your peers. And there you will also find information about our teacher global network. So with this, I would like to thank you all, distinguished Nobel laureates and speakers, for all we have heard and learned together, to Professor Uk-Joon Ju and Professor Ari Moon at CAST for this great collaboration, and not least to Ye-Hong Lee and the entire team for your fantastic work. Our Nobel International partners, 3M, ABB, Capgemini, EQT, H2 Green Steel, and Scania for your support, to the Embassy of Sweden and the Ambassador, Daniel Wolven, and not least to my dear and wonderful colleagues to pulling this off. You are fantastic. Finally, thank you all for attending. 감사합니다.
So, before our very last closing speech, it just remains for me to once again thank you all for being here. It's been an enormous pleasure working with you all, working with CAST, and being here in Seoul. When this ends, I'd like to ask special guests to follow the signs to the reception. But for now, that's it from me, and it's just my pleasure to introduce Ari Moon, who is Vice President for External Affairs at CAST and Chair of the local organizing committee. Please join me in welcoming Ari Moon.
distinguished laureates, panelists, and respectable colleagues and students. Good afternoon. It is my great pleasure and honor to deliver closing remarks. Thanks to your active participation, I am happy to say that the Nobel Prize Dialogue, Seoul 2023, was successful and fruitful. We have a total of 1,150 attendees today, and most of the attendees are still here. Like Adam suggested before, why don't we give a big applause to ourselves? We deserve it. The CAST is one of the most prestigious organizations comprised of Korean leading scholars in science and technology. We are very pleased to have hosted this event in cooperation with Nobel Prize Outreach. Hosting this event was a special, precious, and grateful experience to us. On behalf of the local organizing committee, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the Nobel Prize laureates and the panelists who shared their precious experiences and valuable insights on today's theme of future learning. I would also like to thank Mr. Vidar Helgesen, the Executive Director of the Nobel Foundation, for his great support. My sincere appreciation goes to the CEO of the Nobel Prize Outreach, Ms. Laura Sprechman, and the CSO, Dr. Adam Smith, for their numerous efforts over the past 3 years, from planning to conducting this event. I also appreciate the partners for their generous support. My special thanks goes to the members of the organizing committee and the staffs, especially Mr. Jae-hyung Lee, who made this event a reality. Without their enthusiasm and devotion, this event would not have been possible. Since the essence of this event was a dialogue, I would like to express my gratitude to all of you who actively participated and contributed to enriching the conversations. This event gave us a venue to explore a variety of aspects on the current situations and future prospects of learning and educating. Furthermore, I believe that the insights and expertise of the Nobel Prize laureates, as well as the panelists, will be profitable to us, enriching our knowledge and thoughts on the purpose of education, digital transformation, scientific creativity, and diversity in STEM, or STEAM. Hopefully, the Nobel Prize Dialogue Seoul 2023 provided a wonderful platform to share and exchange ideas, which would greatly contribute to the promotion of science and technology through educating future generations with wisdom and balance. September is a good time to visit Korea. I hope you have a beautiful memory during your stay and have a safe trip back to your country. Once again, I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to all of you. Thank you very much, and I look forward to seeing you again in the near future.